Joint Ad Hoc Study Committee on Correctional Practice and Facility Safety is called to order. Secretary, please note the roll. Good. All right, so good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you all for being here. The events that bring us today, together today are as tragic as they are sobering. When individuals are placed in the custody of the state, there is an unshakable responsibility to ensure safety. Safety for the staff, for those incarcerated, and for the public at large. The loss of life we are examining today represents not only the personal tragedy for the families involved, but also a test of integrity for our correctional system. This committee's role is not to dwell on blame, but to examine what went wrong, why it went wrong, and what must be done to prevent such failures from happening again. We are tasked with taking a clear-eyed look at classification practices, security protocols, staffing level, and a culture of accountability within the corrections department. Our goal is straightforward: to follow the facts wherever they lead, to hear from the experts, stakeholders with candor, and to identify reforms that are both practical and durable. We owe it to the families of those who lost their lives, to the officers who work under dangerous conditions, and to every Arizonan who expects their government to operate with confidence and transparency. I want to underscore that this is not a partisan exercise. Corrections and public safety are issues that transcend party lines. The public will judge us not only for our rhetoric, but by whether we deliver meaningful, evidence-based recommendations that make our system safer and more accountable. I want to thank my co-chair and fellow members for their commitment to this work, and I look forward to a thorough, respectful, and solution-focused discussion. At this point, Mr. Co-chair, Senator Payne.
Yes? I'd love to make one, even though you didn't ask me. Good morning, everyone. Let me begin by saying that this hearing is not just a formality, it's a response to the growing alarm from inside Arizona's prison system. My investigation into the Department of Corrections began because on April 4th, 2025, 3 inmates were murdered at the Cimarron unit. As I dug into the specifics that led to these murders, I was shocked to learn the true state of our state's prison system. Thousands of inmates being downgraded into lower custody levels, officers being assaulted at alarming rates, inmate homicides reaching record highs, and a mismanaged medication assistant treatment program that appears to lack any safeguards to ensure its effectiveness and efficiency. These concerns are what bring us to this hearing today. This hearing will focus on specific decisions, policies, and failures that may have contributed to what seems like a misguided, illogical shift in the way that Arizona correctional facilities are being run. And more importantly, we will focus on ongoing risk your department poses to the men and women who serve as Arizona's correctional officers and inmates in your facilities. Over the past several months, since I've shared my concerns with ADCRR's leadership, we've received a steady stream of emails and phone calls from current and former correctional staff, families, and members of the public. Many have asked to remain anonymous out of fear of retaliation. One current employee wrote, "I'm still currently employed with the Arizona Department of Corrections. I've worked for this department for almost 10 years. This is by far the worst I've ever seen. Staff safety is no longer a concern of Director Thornell's. This department is great about pushing things under the rug, especially if you are part of the good old boy system. We come into the units that house 700 inmates, including death row, with only 13 staff on site. We do it because we have to. No one is asking what it's doing to us." Another one wrote, "Since the appointment of Director Thornell, the department has gone far left. The spirit of DEI is alive and well, but officer safety is gone. Max custody inmates have been placed into open yards, and we are told things will get worse before they get better. Well, now people are dead. How much worse do things need to get?" And yet, my last one, "Our unit was once safe. Now we're seeing drugs, gangs, violence. In my first 5.5 years, I saw 1 inmate fight. Now we're dealing with black eyes every week. The override system is flooding low custody units with high-risk inmates. It's a ticking time bomb, and it already went off." So let me be clear. This hearing is not just about what happened on April 4th. It's about the system that has reached a breaking point. We're here to get to the full picture of the oversight system, the reclassification process, the MAP program, and decisions made by the department leadership that have created what many describe as inherently unsafe environment, not just for inmates, but for our officers, the people charged with keeping the system running. Unfortunately, today's hearing will be lengthy and tedious. This is largely due to the fact that the Department of Corrections appears to be dragging their feet on a request for documents the legislature made to the department on June 3rd, nearly three months ago. We requested specific reports and information that would have answered many of the questions we will ask today. Instead of being transparent and responsive, the department chose to forward our request to the Public Records Office 3 weeks after we made it. We have yet to receive a single responsive document to our request. This is incredibly frustrating and reeks of an institution that does not feel as if they are accountable to this body. I am aware of the press release the department sent out this past Sunday. I am sure Director Thornell will reference it several times during his remarks today. However, I have a hard time believing it is a coincidence that the department decided to release this information less than 48 hours before they were to stand before this committee and answer questions. Perhaps more troubling is the fact that I had to learn about the press release from the media. It wasn't until after 5 p.m. last night that I got that the department decided to share this information with me. I look forward to learning more about what steps the department is taking to curb the violence within its facilities, but let me be clear, press releases are just words on paper. Action is what matters. Regardless of what the department claims to be doing now, it does not negate the fact that it took a record number of inmate homicides, huge spikes in officer and inmate assaults, and a former legislative inquiry for the department to acknowledge that the current policies weren't working. This is not leadership. It's a pattern of denial until the spotlight got too bright and too uncomfortable to ignore. Thank you. Turn it over to you.
At this point, I'm going to be calling speakers to come up, and when you come up, please identify yourself, and I will let you know how much time you have. The first speaker is going to be John Fabricius. Did I butcher your name, sir?
John F.
John F.
I've heard much, much worse.
Okay. Please identify yourself, and if you're with someone in the agency, please let me know.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. To Co-Chairmans Payne and Nguyen, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I appreciate it. My name is John Fabricius, and I am the Executive Director of Praxis Initiative, formerly Arizonans for Transparency and Accountability in Corrections. My story goes back quite a bit here. So I'm joined here today. I want to point out before I start on my notes here that I'm joined here today by two of my colleagues that have been volunteering with me at ATAC and Praxis. Mindy Krasinski, who's a 26-year veteran correctional officer, and she retired a couple of years ago and has joined our organization, also championing the need for oversight. And Sherry Skates is with us as well. Sherry Skates has been working with us for about 2 years. She's the mother of two people that have been incarcerated. One is doing 30 years. He's about halfway through his 30-year sentence. The other had been in twice and faced with going back a third time for a low-level drug charge, chose to commit suicide instead of going back. That's how bad the decision was for that young man, what he faced and based on his experience. I spent 15 years incarcerated from 2003 to 2018. In that time, I was moved across 9 different complexes, 2 of which were out of state in Indiana and Oklahoma. And I was also at the Kingman private facility. All told, I was at 14 different units across those 9 complexes, and that constant movement in the middle of Arizona's overcrowding crisis, when we had reached about 42,500 incarcerated people in our system, gave me a perspective that a lot of people don't have. My family, too, has carried this burden quite a bit. My brother Sean was incarcerated in the Arizona Department of Corrections back in 1981. I spent a couple of years in there, and he was also incarcerated in 2007, got out in 2008, and he succumbed to his overdose, to an overdose and his addiction about 4 months after getting out here. I also have a brother, Jim, that also passed away, under the same things that had gone through the prison system. On the other side of the coin, my brother, another brother of mine, was a correctional officer at DOC, and my sister was a detention officer at MCSO. So I've had both sides of the coin all my life in front of me when it comes to incarceration. While I was incarcerated, I earned a paralegal degree, and that's back in 2008, and I began assisting other incarcerated people with their legal claims. And with that came a wealth of information and knowledge, because that role, assisting other people, is you can imagine anybody with any type of legal knowledge or experience in there is pretty valuable, and people want to talk to you about their problems. And so because of that, I ended up talking to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people from all over the state that have been incarcerated in these different facilities about their experiences in these other places. It would be the stories that they would tell me about what was going on. So in addition to my moving around and seeing and feeling the Department of Corrections in all of these locations, I had all of that experience coming into me as well. I did a lot of litigation. I assisted people with their criminal appeals, and I also assisted people with their conditions of confinement complaints in the federal courts. All of that was really brought into sharp focus in 2009 to 2011. I was housed, I'd just been brought back from Indiana, and I was housed at the Iman Complex at the Meadows Unit. And that's, as a matter of fact, where Ms. Krasinski was my boss there. And that gave me a different kind of experience, because I was a Correctional Officer 3's clerk, and I was then, after that, a Correctional Officer 4 clerk. And that gave me exposure to the inside operations of the administration of a unit. I got to see the other side of the coin. So I was living on the unit during the day as during the night as an inmate. During the day, I was spending it all day next to an administrator and seeing the operations there. That gave me a wealth of knowledge too. And this entire time, I'm immersed in policy the whole time. So there's a wealth of experience and knowledge and information, stories that have come to me, and I hope to share those with this body today. Ricky Wassenaar. So one of the first major thing that happened while I was in the Department of Corrections, the first major huge thing that happened was the 2004 standoff. We all got locked down and had to watch it on TV like most of us did, or the rest of the people did. What had happened was Ricky Wassenaar and a man named Stephen Coy had tried to escape from the Lewis complex. They overpowered an officer using, I think, a kitchen utensil, a spatula or a knife, I believe, and they overpowered officers, took the guard tower, tricked the guard to open the door because he changed into a correction officer's uniform, tricked him into opening the door, got in, and held a male and female correctional officer hostage for 15 days, the longest standoff in U.S. history. It crippled the then director, Doris Schriero. It is ironic, planned, I don't know. It's just very ironic that it's Ricky Wassenaar again that's come up here under Director Thornell's tenure. Wassenaar and Coy repeatedly sexually assaulted the female correctional officer that was there, brutally. They tortured her and the male mentally, physically. It was brutal. What they did was wrong, and it was horrible, and it's inexcusable. Which is why it's baffling to me, just with that experience alone, why Mr. Wassenaar was ever allowed to reclassify down. But then when you add on the multitudes of other things with this man, it doesn't make any sense. So we have the Lewis Lock, not the Lewis Lock event, we have the Lewis standoff event in 2004, and the department negotiates to send these two gentlemen out of state. And so they do, in 2004. They convict him. These get 16 counts of rape, 16 counts against him, some of which were these sexual assaults, some of which were other violent crimes and kidnapping and such. And then they send him out of state. And I haven't seen a lot of information about what his conduct was out of state, but I can imagine it probably was not compliant with rules and that type of thing, maybe for a while. That's a very interesting area. Because the way that the system works in the Department of Corrections is that your disciplinary citations have time attached to them. The way that the system works is that if you get a disciplinary citation, that lasts with you. Well, when you got disciplinary for violently taking over a prison and assaulting officers writ large, those are going to last on the system for quite a while. They're going to stop you from going down in custody for a bit. So then we fast forward to 2025, in April of 4th of 2025, and we have Mr. Wassenaar somehow, remarkably, when you read the documents that have been produced by the department, was able to kill 3 people in a morning. That is remarkable. I can't even fathom that, really, the amount of time that just lapsed. We have a man that has been murdered in his cell, and we have him apparently walking across the yard that morning on camera or under visual, or under some sort of surveillance, picking up rocks as he's crossing the yard and holding onto those rocks. That the fact that he was walking across the yard, apparently unstaffed, the fact that he was able to pick up rocks and not be stopped and questioned about it and move on, all of those are big questions for me. Why was this allowed to happen? Much less significant things cause interactions with correctional staff than that. So that's pretty wild. Then he gets into a cage, and from one of the statements that Mr. Wassenauer said, he said he was upset that he didn't wait until the officer finished locking the cage before he started committing his murders in that area. And that, to me, I've been in those cages. They're not big. They're maybe about 6, 8 feet wide or so, maybe 10 feet, and maybe about 20, 30, 40 feet long, depends on where you're at. It's not a lot of space. So how Mr. Wassenauer was able to kill 2 men in that confined space, and the officer hadn't even closed the door yet. A lot of questions I have there. I don't see any records that were produced on that part of the issue. We've got, this man who's exploited the system twice now, 20 years apart. He's definitely trying to write his own ticket. There's no doubt about that. And he's trying to demand how he is treated and where he lives in the Department of Corrections through his actions. Now, there were a lot of other actions that would have got him raised up in custody before doing this. So I think that there's another element to
30
it as well.
seconds.
Yeah, thank you. I believe that there's another element to that as well, and that's worthy of conversation. So my concerns here today are definitely about the production. The production of records to this body is consistent with the public records request production from the department. It is the most abhorrent agency in the state government that I've dealt with in terms of public records requests. I have a number of issues with that. The fact that those records were put in the public records request system and not given to this body is very concerning to me as well. Moreover, the other things I'm concerned with are definitely those decisions. Some things, though, that are important to note is there is a class action lawsuit here. There is decisions that need to be accounted for.
You want to wrap it up for me, John?
Yes, there is decisions that need to be accounted for, but there are larger ones that are at play relative to how we've funded this agency and how we've dealt with this agency heretofore that we also need to talk about. So I stand here. I'll be here during the whole thing. If we have any questions or anything, I'll stand for them as well. Thank you so much.
Members, do you have any questions? Yes, ma'am. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, thanks for being here today, and thanks for the tremendous advocacy work you've been doing for many years in a way that is just, let's look at the facts and let's all work together, which I hope is the spirit of this committee too. So I appreciate that we're paying attention to this important situation. So the most recent thing was this Ricky Wasserman, and it just begs the question for me of, it appears that we could use a lot more corrections officers, personnel, staff, resources to keep an eye on dangerous people in prison, and yet we continue to put people in prison for low doses of drug use. And I'm asking your opinion because you're here as an expert. In your opinion, is it also worth a committee hearing at least to look at what should we do about how we spend our money in prisons? Should we spend less money on incarcerating people for a very long time for small amounts of drug possessions? Isn't that using a lot of corrections officers' capabilities could be much better spent guarding really dangerous people like this?
Mr. Chairs, thank you very much. Madam Senator, yes, thank you so much for that question. Absolutely. I mean, we'd only look at that problem if we wanted to solve some of these issues that are going on. Yeah, we would absolutely look at that. There's no doubt about it. And in my beginning of my notes, I mentioned that I was in there during the peak of over-incarceration. We had 42,500. We were well over rated levels. We had to go out of state. We had to spend all that money to go out of state. And we did not do well out of state. I don't think there's a state that we went to where it didn't go bad. And so because there's such a culture shock in these things and all kinds of stuff. Do we look at that? Yes, absolutely. There's some morning statements, too, that were made this morning that were not necessarily wrong or anything like that, but that were letters that came in. I've spent 15 years in the Department of Corrections. I don't recall a day where there was not drugs available to me in the Department of Corrections. I don't recall a day where I could not go buy some amount of heroin or some other drug that I wanted to buy at all. 15 years. Now, I don't know what we're doing with the Department of Corrections when we continue to put drug users in prison and I can buy drugs every single day of the week in there. Now, that might be an exaggeration. I don't know because I wasn't purchasing drugs during those times, but I can tell you it was always available, continuously available. There was never a problem with that. So, yes, we've got huge problems with that. We're not dealing with these original issues. If we dealt with the original issues, we wouldn't have these problems. We've been leading on other bills that would help depopulate the population of the department very responsibly. You take 10% out of that population out of that, that's going to be a major relief in there, a huge relief in there, because that's resources that are not being expended otherwise, that's monies that's not being allocated otherwise, all of that. So yes, we've got to look at the whole thing holistically. We've got to look at how we are sentencing and prosecuting people and more, and then we have to look at the conditions of confinement and what our expectations are of the department, what our expectations are of a director. You know, I've met with the director many times. He's a good man. He's been very cordial. He's been very open with us. Yet he's been in these positions where he's had to make some awful decisions, obviously, because there's some bad decisions made here. And so why is this good man making these bad decisions? Why are we putting people into this? What are our expectations when the department has been this neglected for this long? 57 years, 1968 came into existence. I don't remember this body ever looking at the Department of Corrections with any earnestness, right? We look at it when there's a problem, like we're looking at it now. We react, we're not proactive with this department. And that's why we championed oversight for all these years, because we had to have that in there. We had to have neutral eyes and ears in there to see these things. So yes, absolutely, Senator, we need to look at the whole picture for sure.
Thank you, John.
Yeah. Thank you.
Co-chairs.
Mr. Carter.
Mr. Fabricius, thank you. I'm just wondering, you referenced a class action lawsuit. Is that having to do with the 3 homicides or some other subject matter?
Mr. Chairs, Leader, so when I referenced the class action lawsuit, we're talking about the MAT program, which we're going to talk about here today, and the director's going to talk about. That's a function of the class action lawsuit, right? So he was ordered to do that. He was ordered to depopulate these facilities. He was ordered to do that. Well, the director was ordered to do that. There was a lot of, we have to go back again. We have to take this holistically. We have to look back at how the Director Ryan and Director Shin dealt with these things as well. They had requirements. They did not fulfill them. We got fined twice in this thing, twice. It went on for 12 years. We got fined. These are historical standards, and we had the settlement conference pulled from us. Those were all bad things. The U.S. District Court's not going to go away. The U.S. Constitution's not going to go away. So we needed to deal with these things years ago. We left all that for Director Ryan or Director Thornell to deal with. So yes, there's definitely some choices and some discretion that needs to be accounted for. But writ large, these are problems that are manifest well beyond his capacity or anybody's capacity to come in and fix in an election cycle.
Thank you, Co-chairs.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hendricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brishas, is that correct?
Fabricius.
I just want to take umbrage with one of your comments.
Sure.
As you mentioned, this has been on ignore for 50 years, whatever you say.
Mm-hmm.
I've served in the legislature 2 different stints. I'm on my 3rd year this time. Mm-hmm. The first time I served in the legislature, we met with the director bi-weekly, and I was in those meetings for several years. We continuously brought forth legislation in communication with the governor's office with the information we got from those meetings. The idea that this has been on ignore and nobody here has done anything or paid any attention, you are either uninformed or just don't care. But that's just flat out not correct. Unrelated, I have just a quick, simple question. I've read these reports and I've studied them. You mentioned the history here, and something that stuck in my mind when I've read it. It talks about this walk across the yard picking up rocks that were later used for some sort of a weapon. I visited most of the prisons. I recognize some of the people here because they gave me the tours. I've stood in this yard, I believe, and it may not have been recent, but I'm trying to remember it. And I'm trying to imagine the observation or what was going on when this happened, because when I'm picturing this yard, I'm assuming we're not talking about gravel. We're talking about rocks. And I haven't seen a picture of the rocks, but I'm envisioning they're larger than pea gravel. I'm trying to imagine, where were they and how did he pick them up? Are we talking about he dug up rocks in the landscape around the perimeter?
Yeah.
What, have you been to the yard, or can you even comment on that? Because I'm trying to imagine, if you're out here digging large rocks up in the landscape,
Yeah, I can.
how does nobody see that? We're not talking about walking casually, bending over and picking up a rock. We're talking about going to an area, and as I can recall, you'd almost have to dig them up. Am I wrong?
No, Mr. Chairs, Representative, yes, no, you're absolutely not wrong at all. What's on these units is basically pea gravel that's on there. And anytime that there's a rock of any size at all, the groundskeeping officer will generally have that excised and removed. And so that's for obvious reasons, right? We don't eat chicken in there anymore because of chicken bones. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have big rocks on the yard. So your perception is absolutely right. But that's, it's still the Arizona desert. And so there's still going to be things that's found. There's going to be, holes that are dug and things are going to be done that way. But the questions that you have are the questions I have as well, and they're not answered with the documents that were produced. So those are very legitimate questions. To the prior statement that you made, I apologize. I don't mean to offend anybody individually. I know that there were lawmakers. I know that Cecil Ash held many hearings down here during that period of time. That was the only hope that we were seeing from in there. So if it was Mr. Fisher down there, Howard Fisher, on KET on Fridays telling us, what Cecil Ash was doing down here, that was the only hope we had. What I mean, sir, was that the problem was kind of inherent in your predicate, which was that you were meeting with the director regularly, and I would say that's not enough information, right? And that's the problem that we've had, and that's why we've championed oversight, and that's the main reason why we've championed oversight, because I know that I got the scarlet letter on myself. I was incarcerated. Okay, I earned it. I did my time. I'm back. I'm doing good. Whatever. But I understand why there's difficulty believing me from anybody's perspective. My brother was incarcerated. I used to not believe him. That's a very human thing. That's why we championed oversight, to get somebody in there, eyes and ears in there, that did not have a direct vested interest with the department, that was able to come in and report that was an expert. That's why we've done that. It's exactly to that point, sir. So thank you for that comment. I appreciate that, and I apologize for fitting in.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, me, still.
Yes, sir.
Hi, John.
Hi.
I wanted to talk a little bit about that. He brought up the rocks and whatnot, picking up rocks. From what I understand, and again, I haven't got any good reports on it, but from what I understand, he picked up rocks, put them in a laundry bag of some sort, and used those to beat at least one of the inmates to death. Now, what I don't understand is how Mr. Wassenaar got out of there, and this will be a question later for the director, but how he got out of max custody he had 16, correct me if I'm wrong, 16 life sentences he was serving. And somehow he got out of max custody with just a few years of good behavior. Somehow, I'm finding it difficult to equate a couple of years of good behavior erases 16 life sentences, and all those rapes that were done to that officer, all the things that happened, that simply can't be erased in my mind by just a few years of good behavior, and yet that happened.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Chair. I do absolutely agree with that. With the rocks thing, it's a standard security protocol in there to not allow rocks of any size to accumulate or to be collected for this. So it's remarkable that he was able to do that. I have questions about that as well. The laundry bag is true. They issue us all each nylon mesh laundry bags, and that's been used. I mean, the thing is that you put a man in a cage, he's going to innovate his way into doing something. If you threaten his life, he feels threatened, he's going to find some way to protect himself. And it doesn't matter. They're going to make something out of something, right? So, the director could tell you, many of the security officers here could tell you that it's unbelievable what humans can come up with, innovate in those areas to come up with weapons. But you're absolutely right. What's troubling to me is that the report seemed to indicate that it wasn't a stabbing wound necessarily, that it was a slicing wound that killed the first gentleman. And that to me is troubling and concerning, because if you know anything about shanks in the Department of Corrections systems, those are usually opportunistic events, right? There's some piece of metal, usually a piece of fencing or something like that, some piece of metal that's around, and you've got to in some way turn this thing into a weapon, right? So the way that they do that is that they will rub it on concrete to sharpen it or to make a point on it, whatever. So that's one thing, to make a point on it, to make a stabbing argument. It's another thing to make a slicing edge on it. So I've got concerns, was this a manufactured, a knife that was already pre-manufactured? Was it some sort of slicing weapon? It's just a whole different level right there on that. As far as the classification goes, absolutely. I think that the numbers were that the population, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was something like, I can't remember what the population decrease was, multiple thousand people down to 200 or something people. Why Mr. Wassenaar wasn't the last person, number two, whatever, if there's 270 something people left in max, why he wasn't number 278, I don't know, because of his background, right? What I mean by that is, when you, first of all, I think, I can't wait to hear what some of the correctional officers have to say, right? They put, you know, and Mr. Thornell did not do this, right? This was I think a Charles Ryan thing. They brought Mr. Wassenaar back to Arizona. Whether he had to do that because of Wassenaar was a disciplinary problem in those out-of-state facilities, or whether he chose to do it, I don't know. I'd like to hear the answer to that. But it was he that brought him back, and I would say that yes, we qualify that time. We put a label on that time as good time, but it's really just not doing anything wrong time, right? Or not getting caught at doing anything wrong time, and that's the whole problem we have in the Department of Corrections. We went to a truth in sentencing model. We took out every incentive to do good, and you rehabilitate oftentimes in spite of the Department of Corrections, not because of it. And so when you take all those incentives away, and you have somebody like Mr. Wassenaar who has absolutely nothing to look forward to, yeah, you're going to have these kind of situations. I don't know how he did that. I'm interested to hear how he could do that, and I'm interested to hear how correctional staff didn't throw major fits of having him on the yard.
Mr. Co-Chairs.
Yes, please.
Sir, you mentioned that you don't have the numbers for max custody.
I'll bring that.
We do have those in front of us. Do you want me to read them, or you'll bring them up?
No, I'm gonna.
Okay, thank you.
Don't rain on my parade. Yeah. That slide's for later.
That's fine.
Anyone else? Senator
I
Epstein.
do want to mention one other thing before I turn it over to Miss Senator Epstein. You talked about oversight. This year, the Senate and House passed a bill and sent it up to the governor, and it was signed, but all the money was taken out of it for an ombudsman situation. People, we had set it all up for people to come in and grade it, but yet it's not being funded at all.
Yeah.
Any comment on that?
Very much so, yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, it's been my organization that's been the lead organization on that oversight. As a matter of fact, I wrote the legislation, part of the legislation, excuse me, wrote part of it.
Yeah, I see a couple of the authors in here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it was definitely disheartening when the funding got pulled on this. And that's, you know, politics is politics, and it's a very disappointing game oftentimes. And sometimes the biggest disappointments are getting things across the finish line because of that. But, you know, we're going to get the money for that. But it's indicative of what we got. And to be fair, to be honest and be fair, we didn't even get this far under prior administrations, right? So, and that is really heartening what I heard you say, Chairman, which this is beyond politics, right? We should not politicize this. This should be about solutions. This is public safety, number one, but these are human lives in there, and that's the number one job of any government, is to protect its citizens. If the government's not protecting its citizens, then what is it there for? It's totalitarianism. So. But protecting citizens doesn't just mean those people that are affected by crime. It also means those people that are incarcerated, right? And we have to protect them, and we have to invest in protecting them. And we have to give the directors, whomever they are, the tools to do that. Everything that you pointed out, Senator, I agree with. It's the classification issues, the rock issues. There's much more, the documents left much more mystery than answered questions. And I haven't mentioned this heretofore either. I cannot go beyond without saying this too. The fact that Miss Ham, of all people in this state, that it was Miss Donna Ham that was notifying the Department of Corrections that Wassenaar was identifying this and all that, and apparently they chose to disregard it. That to me is remarkable. Ms. Ham has had a long, extensive experience with the Department of Corrections and has been a primary advocate out here for years and has relationships. And why she was disregarded, I mean, she is as close to an expert that you could possibly have, calling you on the phone, telling you that you got a problem inmate, and they disregarded that. That to me is also extraordinarily concerning. So,
I agree. I concur.
all of it.
I've got all those emails from Ms. Ham.
yeah, all of that is concerning. So I don't know. Choices were made. There was definitely hard, very difficult things that we gave this director and his predecessor to deal with. Extraordinarily difficult things. Some of them, I think, almost impossible. There's been great work in some areas, and there's been some really challenging work in other areas. The speed at which, and I had a conversation with the director about that, the speed at which he rolled out the MAP program was crazy.
Yeah, insane.
Yeah,
Agreed.
it was crazy, and we got, I can say that my organization has not received more complaints across the board from both incarcerated people and from staff than we've received about the rollout of the MAP program. Everybody was calling us, telling us it was problematic, and so, that's a problem. And so, the director has to deal with these things, and he has to answer for these things. Unfortunately, now. So I don't know. It's difficult, but I think that we've got to really think about this deliberately. I'm very happy with the way that this committee was framed, because we have to think about these things deliberatively. We do, as Ms. Epstein said, we need to look at this holistically. We need to look at sentencing. We need to look at all this, because it's all contributory. I can't ever get into a conversation about the Department of Corrections without giving 30 minutes of context, because everything is connected. We've got to have a sober look at the whole thing.
Thank you.
Ms. Epstein?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like just a little clarification. As I understand it, in our prison system, there are 3 levels of custody: minimum, medium, and
4.
maximum. But then there's all solitary confinement is something that is additional to any of those.
Yeah.
And what I understood, because this is not my forte area, but what I understood was that Wassenaar was taken out of solitary confinement, but still in maximum custody. Do I have that right? Anybody?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, I think that the director will be able to answer that as to the very specifics of it, but you're hitting it right. And what I will say is this, that depopulating restrictive housing, it's got a number of names, right? So there's restrictive housing, solitary confinement, the whole, all kinds of names for it, right? And the nomenclature means things, right? So the nomenclature actually has value. It's the way that the policy is written on them. I'll let the director and his people speak to that. But in terms of pulling Wassenaar out and overriding him and then putting him on different custody, that's my point, right? I think that also, and I'd like the director to answer this, because I can't get a direct answer on it from the data, is I think that we were still operating a step-down program at the Cimarron unit. I believe it was operational. That is a program where we are taking the people that we have validated as gang members and taking them out of that situation and reprogramming them so they can go back to lower custody units. In the meantime, they're still in that transition period, and so that's very high. Those people came out of the highest security facilities that we have in the state, and so there is a massive security. If that was operating there, that's a massive security requirement there. Much less the overrides, like you're saying, that under any circumstances, this was a depopulation of a higher custody unit. So it should have been run as higher custody. So that's why there's real questions about Wassenaar walking across the yard that morning. There's 4 levels of custody. There's minimum, medium, close, and maximum. And closed custody, I believe, is what this unit was supposed to be, I believe. Again, the director can speak to that. But a closed custody unit, the inmates aren't walking around by themselves. They're under direct supervision, direct observation. And so the staffing levels, I think that the staffing numbers were 16, I think, is what the numbers were in the records. And the department has come out and said that that was an adequate staffing level. You're great at math, Senator. That's a real challenge on the math on that, right? So we're talking about 700-something people being controlled by 16. And we need to understand that there are static positions inside of these units, right? Meaning that they're not positions that can be collapsed because they're of such import, like the main control and security and stuff like that, the main security. So they can't collapse all these positions. So when we talk about 16 staff, how many of those were actually able to be collapsed, their positions collapsed so they could go cover something else, that type of thing? These are huge problems. Those are problems all across the country. I work for a national nonprofit as well. It's the same lament all across the country. Correction staffing is way down. and that's a big problem. And so, yeah, the question you raised about him being on that yard, it should, from what I understand, it was supposed to be close custody, and that means control movement, and that means that you're not walking around picking up rocks on the unit to kill people with.
Thank you. John, I got a question for you.
Sure.
You mentioned the oversight committee multiple times.
Yes.
And so if I'm unable as the legislator to request information from the department, and I had a meeting with the director back in June, what make you think you're going to be able to get the information as the oversight committee from the same people that are not responding to us?
That's a great question, sir. Thank you for that question, sir. Yeah, that's a problem. So the thing with the establishment of the oversight body and the language in the law was that it gave the ombudsman actual physical access to the documents and physical access to this information, and that's important, right? And so that's the thing. And so,
hold on for a second, John.
Sure.
The legislature has the authority to request the information, the same information that
Right.
you're about to tell me that you're going to request.
Right.
What is the difference between ignoring us and ignoring you?
No, it's a good question. I don't think that there's any. I think that it's wrong in both instances. And if it occurs in that instance, it'll absolutely be wrong, and it'll be a violation of the state law that we passed. And I think that it's very questionable happening here. You have subpoena power. I mean, it's a matter of comity, courtesy between agents, between branches of government to comply like that. So it's discourteous, and it's I think violative of the law. So running this body through the public records process seemed like an intentional act to me. There's a lot of connotation to that. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but it certainly seems that way. And so because I don't know of anything that's less functional in the Department of Corrections than its public records request process.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're going to hang around for a while, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Ms. Donaham? Come on up, identify yourself, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. My
Good
name
morning.
is Donna Ham. I would like to ask your indulgence before you start my timer to just correct a little bit of information that you've been given regarding how Ricky Wassenauer obtained his weapons. I have, first of all, Ricky Wassenauer has contacted Middle Ground probably a half a dozen times since he committed these murders. We're an advocacy organization. We've helped him with some medical issues that he's having. And in the course of those discussions, he has in detail discussed the murders. He has no shame about doing it. He also gave an extensive interview to a magazine called The Voice. And here's what he said to the author of this article when he discussed in detail. He said, when Saul Alvarez was ushered into his cell as his latest cellmate on April 3rd, he announced to Ricky that he was a Mexican national. Wassenauer tells me that he's not racist, but he prefers to spend time with my own people. Alvarez's nationality did not concern him as much as his political proclivities. When Wassenauer made a casual reference to his support for President Trump, Alvarez let it be known that he did not like Trump or his recently appointed hatchet man, Elon Musk. Quote, right away I was pissed off, said Wassenauer, but I didn't say anything. I already decided the guy had to go. Wassenauer was planning on doing the killing in the cell later that night. For weapons, he had a knife that he had found buried in the prison yard a few weeks earlier. And he had a rock that he had also retrieved from the yard the previous December on a day when there was construction going on. He brought the rock back to his cell, cleaned it, and painted a face on it. He even named it Rocky, as in Rocky Rock. It weighed 6 to 8 pounds, and it fit perfectly in his hand. It would make a potent weapon. So he didn't walk across the yard gathering rocks. He had the rock and a knife in his possession.
Donna, I'm gonna go ahead and start your time, okay?
Okay, it suggests that there's a problem with the department and their search procedures, because it should have been found if he had it from December to April. I routinely have communication with prisoners and their families. They are terrified. Prisoners know how staff shortages impact almost every single aspect of prison operations, and in particular, burdening security-related issues such as monitoring in real time, or boots on the ground presence, or response to emergency calls. Prisoners know that overrides have created serious safety issues for those who've been moved from maximum custody to close custody, but whose classification scores should place them in maximum custody. When you override, your score says you should be one place, but they override you either downward or upward to another level. In our opinion, the Department of Corrections is operating against its mandate.
There you go.
Its core mission, thank you. Its core mission is public safety, staff, and the inmate safety and protection of constitutional rights. All other functions must take a back seat until there is consistent and effective performance of its core functions. Last month, the Department of Corrections reported 963 staff vacancies. There's no plausible way that this many vacancies cannot have an impact on their operations. Prisoners and staff do not feel safe. This must be addressed with more than glib words and artful marketing slogans. In November of 2024, I wrote the most unusual email to the director that I've ever written. Ricky Wassenauer had called me and confessed to murdering his 81-year-old cellmate, Joseph DeSisto. I was ultimately blown off by the director. He assured me in writing that the inmate had died of natural causes. When I later obtained the autopsy report for DeSisto, the cause of death was listed as undetermined. Big difference. I warned the director, and I made it clear that Wassenauer said he would harm or kill anyone that was placed in a cell with him. My warnings were ignored. In April of 2025, as you know, Wassenauer murdered 3 men, one of whom had been placed in his cell. I'm sorry, there is no polite or soft way to put it. Their blood is on the director's hand. True leadership requires honesty, courage, and emotional intelligence. We have not experienced those qualities with this administration. We have experienced childlike reactionism, stubborn adherence to their own view of things, and an unwillingness to tolerate criticism. Ricky Wassenauer should never have been given an override to his classification score from maximum to close custody. Even if DOC could justify that decision, they cannot justify that on November 5th, 2024, when Joseph DeSisto was brought to the door of Wassenauer's cell, Wassenauer loudly and assertively protested and made threats of harm if DeSisto was placed in the cell. He laid down on the floor and tried to block entry No major disciplinary was issued to Wassenaar, and he should have been given disciplinary for refusing to follow a direct order and for making threats. That should have triggered movement of him at a minimum to
Time down.
detention,
Thank you.
but possibly back. I have a lot more information. I hope some of you will ask questions.
Question from Ms. Ham. Senator Payne.
I'm going to agree with you on that, Ms. Ham, that he laid down, and from what I've seen that email that you're referring to, and he laid down on the ground, it's my understanding, to refuse entry to, and he should have been written up at that point. That should have been a transfer in my mind. That should have been a transfer from, if somehow he got into closed custody, he shouldn't have, but somehow he got into closed custody, he should have gone back to Max on that day. That's what I think, anyway.
Mr. Chairman, if nothing else, it should not allow the department to justify that because of his good behavior, that's what kept him in close custody instead of max custody where they had him. He should have been put at least in detention until they resolved the issues with him refusing to allow an inmate into a cell and threatening. If you can imagine, DeSisto is standing outside the cell in handcuffs, waiting to be put in that cell, listening to Ricky Wassenaar threaten to kill him. And within 1 hour of placement in the cell, DeSisto was dead.
Valid point.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Ms. Ham, for your testimony. I'll ask the director this eventually too, but you mentioned that there are 900, something like 900 vacancies for positions in the system, and I'm wondering, if, in your opinion, how that would be best rectified.
Senator, Mr. Chairman, 963 as of July 2025, and that's published on their website. The Department of Corrections is doing something that I think is a little scary. They're recruiting 18-year-olds to become correctional officers. I can't imagine being an 18-year-old myself. It's been a long time, but I can't imagine taking on the responsibility of being a correctional officer at that age and having to face some of the inmates, because we've got some dangerous people in prison. I've been told, you have a packet in front of you which reflects gross violations of even minor rules in the Department of Corrections. Pictures of the inmates at the Whetstone unit who have illegal jewelry, illegal pictures hanging up on their bulletin boards, all manner. They're making homemade hooch. They're stupefied on drugs. They're getting tattoos. Not a worry in the world. They've got boxes stacked as high as the ceiling to conceal what is happening behind those boxes. They have blankets and towels draped all over their beds. These are all violations of prison policy. Now, some of them may seem minor, but they go toward a message to any inmate that if you're going to wink at these rules, then maybe I don't have to follow the others as well. And what we're told by staff is that staff members would be afraid to go into a frat party type situation like what is depicted in those pictures for fear of their own safety. They can't go in there and say, I'm writing you up, I'm writing you up, I'm writing you up. It has to come from the top, from the administration, again, to enforce the core rules before they start doing yoga and art therapy. Those are important, those are great, but you gotta do your core job first before you do those other things.
Ms. Ham, in an effort to help the department with their hiring crisis, we have given them, over the last 6 years, I've given them a 35% pay raises. And I've got a slide on it later on. I'll show exactly, break it down how it happened. But the 18-year-old that you're talking about, that was a law that we passed down here to allow them to hire 18 and above, as well as those pay raises. I don't know what else to do. I'll be talking to the director about that soon when it's his turn. But in order to staff them completely, because I see their staffing levels going down as well, even though we've given them a lot more money. But obviously, money is not the answer.
Mr. Chairman, it isn't just about the money. It's about the culture of the department. It's about feeling safe and respected and listened to by the staff. Those count too, and those affect retention and how long a person stays. We are often told that line staff don't really care who the director is because they figure they're going to be there beyond his tenure. And so they don't pay that much attention to what the new buzzwords are, the new philosophy. They just kind of come and show up and do their job. And they don't worry about how the philosophy is changing, because with the next governor or with some other circumstance, there'll be a new director. And that has proven to be true in Arizona. We've been in existence since 1983, and I believe there have been 9 or 10 directors since then. So it isn't just about money. That's not going to solve the problem. They have to change the culture of the organization from the top, bleeding it down to the staff so that they feel safe, comfortable, respected, and listened to.
Thank you.
Ms. Ham, excuse me, thank you for being here. Did you get a chance to read the press release that was produced yesterday?
I did.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Would it help, and why do you think it was produced at such a late date?
Well, I was, Mr. Chairman, I was struck by a couple of things. First of all, their efforts, for example, they're changing locks to plastic locks. The whole reason they hand out locks is to protect prisoners from stealing other prisoners' property. They have an opportunity to lock up some of their belongings. So if those plastic locks don't work as well because they're not as lethal or they're not made of metal, whatever, what you're going to have eventually is people fighting and getting into assaults over stolen property. So I'm not sure that's going to be the problem. You have to deal with security at the top level. And it seems to me that they also are focusing on contraband coming in through visitors. And we all know that, bless them, I'm not condemning every staff member. There are some very dedicated people who work for the Department of Corrections, but there are instances of staff who have brought in contraband. You don't, pardon my expression here, you don't bring a cell phone into a prison in someone's vagina. It comes into a guard's lunch bucket or backpack, or for a lot of money that someone is being paid. Guards make lots of money if they're willing to bring in drugs. I worked on a case with a lawyer a couple of years ago for a prison staff member who was making $5,000 each time he brought in drugs. And he knew to bring them in on Sundays because he brought them in a Starbucks coffee cup or a Circle K coffee cup. He knew that security was more lax on Sundays when he went through the protocols. And he brought them in and he was getting $5,000 each time he did that. That's an organized, gang-related enterprise that's going on in the prison system. They have established volunteer committees for various things, but nothing about gang intervention,
Ms. Ham,
protective custody.
can I ask you a question?
Yes,
I think through the chairs there. Are Are you saying that's going on all the time? Are you telling me that prison guards are constantly doing that? Are you saying that this has occurred before? Because the way you're talking, it sounds like the whole prison system is going through this, and there's, I mean, a lot of them are on the take. Is that your suggestion?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Gowan, absolutely not. I said there are many, many excellent people who work for the department. It only takes a few. And I'm just suggesting that you cannot just focus on visitors only for the contraband. It also comes in through other sources. That can be outside contractors, it can be staff members, it can be visitors. It's just not a singular problem that needs to be focused on visitors only.
Yeah.
I would never accuse every single staff member or.
That's good, because it was sounding like it was
I
like broad,
apologize for that.
and
I
I wouldn't
certainly did
suggest
not
that.
intend that.
All right.
Shipments and stuff, I think a lot of times when shipments come in, like kitchen stuff, food, things can come in that way as well. I would think that would be a big way of sneaking it in rather than visitors.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. There are a number of ways that it can come in. I would also like to add that there was a discussion earlier about obtaining public records, which help you understand what's going on with the department. And you're probably going to have to modify a couple of statutes in order to make that happen. For example, Senator Payne has very justifiably written a letter with a number of requests for public records, and one of them was for mortality reports, which are a quality assurance review that the department does on itself to determine what things could have changed, what fault may lie with a death that occurred for someone in custody. But there is a statute, which is ARS 362403, which they are going to rely on to probably either heavily redact or deny production of those reports for you, because that report, and they even cited it in their letter to you, that report requires them to keep certain records confidential, and quality assurance information is one of those records. It's our suggestion that it may be time to consider, when we talked about how the staff don't worry so much about the philosophy of the director currently because it's going to change. You may want to consider expanding and really getting precise about the definition of what the director should do and the expectations of the director, so that there isn't the chance for a philosophical change so much, at least from the core duties of the department, especially if you have listed in statute, codified in law, the outcomes that you expect from the director. And we would be happy to work with anyone on modifying those statutes if you would like to do that. I encourage you to
Consider it an invitation to come to my office and do exactly that.
Okay, thank you. Will do.
Thank you.
I'd be glad to answer any other questions. I would encourage all of you, if you're, just final, if you are interested in a wonderful, comprehensive snapshot every week of what's going on in the Department of Corrections, from cell phone confiscation to weapons to self-harm incidents to assaults and fights on inmates to positive UAs, for inmate deaths, for arson, for all kinds of information. Have them give you their intelligence report, their confidential weekly summary intelligence report. It's amazing to read, and it gives you the type of snapshot that I think every one of you is wishing for. And that will test the willingness to be transparent if it's provided in an unredacted format.
That ship sailed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That ship has sailed.
I
The
don't-
one about transparency and,
Yes, yeah, this is the report.
it's
that you
3
need
months, 3
on
months in, and I
weekly
still don't
basis.
have anything.
Anybody else for Ms. Ham? Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
so much
Thank
for
you,
being
Don.
here. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and call the next person, Travis Scott. Please identify yourself, sir. You got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Travis Scott. I retired from the Department of Corrections Reentry on May 9th, 2025 after more than 3 decades in service to the state and my community. First and foremost, thank you again for having me here. I'm going to focus on 2 areas, one being the medication-assisted treatment and the mismanagement by Director Ryan Thornell. Under his leadership and that of his appointees, the department has steered in an increasingly unsafe direction. Medication-assisted treatment, introduced and championed by Director Thornell, was touted as a solution to reduce violence against staff and inmates, curb contraband, prevent overdoses, and ultimately save lives. These were the promises made to me and others during a meeting when Director Thornell toured the Perryville complex shortly after his appointment. To implement this program, Director Thornell collaborated with the ACLU and its attorneys to have it included in the federal injunction against the state. This was unprecedented. Never before had the ACLU requested a MAT program in any of its previous court filings. A review of past filings will confirm this. Instead of going through the usual appropriations process, the MAT program was inserted into the judgment against the state, which the director accepted. As a result, it was locked into place, costing taxpayers millions of dollars without delivering the promised benefits. In fact, the program had the opposite effect. Overdoses have not decreased, contraband levels have risen, assaults on staff have increased, and lives have not been saved. In fact, last year saw the highest number of murders on record. The program was doomed from the start. It was implemented without the necessary systems and infrastructure. Inmates receiving MAT were supposed to stay in the health unit for 15 minutes to ensure the medication wasn't diverted and was properly absorbed. However, due to understaffing and the sheer number of inmates being prescribed this medication, this policy was quickly proved unfeasible. There was simply no way to manage crowds of inmates waiting for treatment. Instead of scaling back, the decision was made to allow inmates to leave the area, resulting in widespread diversion. Inmates began selling their medication, which was then misused and combined with other substances, leading to a rise in medical emergencies. Unfortunately, there seems to be no remedy for this failure. Director Thornell's tactics of working with the ACLU to embed the MAT program in the injunction have ensured its continued existence, even as it drains taxpayer dollars and exacerbates the problems it was meant to solve. Director Thornell's leadership is inadequate. Despite his numerous degrees and eloquent speech, he lacks the necessary correctional experience. Coming from Maine, where the prison population is much smaller than Arizona, he was appointed to oversee a department with a census 25 times larger than what he was accustomed to. You would expect that someone in his position would surround themselves with knowledgeable experts from within the department. Instead, he made it clear that if you don't align with his vision, you should reconsider your position. This has led to a revolving door of leadership, with many senior positions changing frequently. Director Thornell surrounded himself with unqualified leaders who will not challenge him. For example, Deputy Director Otto, who has no correctional experience, was appointed to her position. She is an attorney who initially represented the department in the Jensen v. Thornell litigation before moving to the department as a staff attorney. She was then unexpectedly elevated to the deputy director. Her only experience inside of a correctional facility has been tours with the plaintiffs and the court monitors. Deputy Director John Barcelo, another appointee, was also given his position despite lacking any correctional leadership experience. Barcelo is a disgraced former major of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. He attempted to intimidate and coerce a police officer into not arresting him for driving while intoxicated, which resulted in his removal from DPS. Yet, he ended up in the Department of Corrections, later becoming the Inspector General and eventually a Deputy Director under Thornell. Deputy Chief Joseph Bowers, promoted in May of 2025, has only 15 years and 7 months of experience in the department, with his highest rank being a lieutenant. How can someone with such limited experience supervise wardens who have far more operational experience? Deputy Chief McAdory was promoted the same day as a tragic triple homicide in the Cimarron unit. The fact that such a major security failure occurred under his watch, yet he was rewarded with a senior leadership position, raises serious questions about the competency of those in charge. In summary, Director Thornell's leadership has been marked by incompetence and poor decision-making. He has surrounded himself with leaders who are equally unqualified, and together they have led the department in a dangerous direction. Under his leadership, the department is run through fear,
30
intimidation,
seconds.
and threats. Those who dare to voice a different perspective are quickly shown the door, regardless of their dedication or service to the state and its citizens. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Members?
Mr. Co-Chairs,
Mr. Carter.
Mr. Scott, how many years have you worked, or did you work?
3 decades, 30 years.
In the 3 decades that you worked for the department, co-chairs, in the 3 decades, what was the staff turnover like over time? I ask this because your testimony seems to indicate that it's been worse in the last couple of years. Is that true? Or?
There has always been great turnover within the department. I mean, we have to look at it from the fact that people are walking into the most negative environment on the planet, dealing with some of the most hostile individuals that you could ever come up against. So there has always been a high turnover rate. Based off of the economy, sometimes we might be better staffed when the economy is terrible because it is a job that is predictable and safe for you. You don't have to worry about losing your job. Since Director Thornell's appointment, it's increased. I mean, no matter what we've done or tried to do, the numbers just keep climbing. Offering $5,000 bonuses to new hire-ons, they take it after they get their second check after 6 months, they walk out the door because they got their $5,000. And that happens quite regularly. So, but during this time, it's gotten more dangerous. More things are happening. The amount of homicides that we had last year is unprecedented. The amount of drug overdoses, the amount of staff assaults, those can't be ignored. I understand now that none of this information has been provided to you, and there's a reason for that. It's because there is no transparency. There is nothing being put out to say what is going on in the department. There used to be press releases every time an inmate passed away underneath previous administrations. You would see it, hey, this inmate here died. That doesn't happen anymore. Those press releases never come out. They are always on the website. That has stopped. There is a culture of fear coming down from the administration that if you are not on board, then you need to go.
Mr. Co-Chairs?
Yes.
Mr. Scott, I think you said that the director of the Tucson unit, the very day of the murders, I guess April 4th, was promoted?
That is correct. John McAdory was the warden of the Tucson complex on that day. The very same day that triple homicide took place, he was promoted to deputy chief of operations. On the exact same day. We were stunned.
Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chairs.
Mr. Scott, you just mentioned a little while ago, if you're not on board, could you expand on that? What exactly does that mean if you're not on board?
Reimagining corrections. So taking the department in a different direction. I've worked corrections for 30 years. I know what works. I know what doesn't work. I'm up for trying new things. But when they are failing, you don't double down. You don't keep pushing through. Oh, it's going to get worse before it gets better. We're talking about people's lives. We're talking about loved ones that have lost their lives due to these policies and these this openness to suddenly reduce people down to minimum custodies. I know it was done due to the injunction, but I believe it was quoted earlier, not one person has, Ricky Wassenaar should never have gone down to a close custody. This is an individual, I was the deputy warden of the unit that he was in when he came back from New Mexico. The reason why he came back from New Mexico was because he had assaulted an officer in the New Mexico State Prison, so they moved him back. He was placed in enhanced while back, and that was basically a tougher form of restricted housing. He was in that for some time before he was then moved to a different max custody unit. While at that max custody unit, he had plotted with other inmates to take another staff member hostage. Therefore, he was sent back to the Browning unit, placed back into enhanced security, which is greater than what max custody was at that time. And then I left, and I became the Deputy Warden of Operations for the Perryville complex. How he ever got out of Browning unit, it was just pure, hey, we need to get all these people out of max custody.
Thank you.
Co-chair.
Representative Hernandez.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Scott, I know that you mentioned you were with the department for about 30 years or so.
Correct.
Could you walk us through like the reasoning behind your resignation or why
Absolutely.
you're no longer?
So I was given an option, and I don't know the circumstances because there was no formal investigation completed. We had a homicide at Reimagining unit for inmate Alejandro, who they knew was in danger, but yet nobody called myself, Miss Ibarra, the warden at the time, to say, hey, Alejandro's got a problem. They knew that he was going to be testifying against other members of the Arizona Mexican Mafia. They were notified that his life was in danger, but they didn't bother to say anything to us. The IG's office was on site that day, touring Browning unit the day that inmate Alejandro was killed. They had spoken with inmates. All it was a phone call. Now, was there operational deficiencies at the Reimagining unit? Absolutely. There were staff doing things that they shouldn't have been doing. Staffing was low, as it always is, and staff were not following policy. I was interviewed on a Monday after I came back from annual leave. During that interview, I spoke my concerns, told them that I believed the department had moved too far to the left, that we were being too open, that it was creating an environment to which we've had all of these homicides. On Tuesday afternoon, I was called, told, hey, don't go back to work. On Friday morning, I walked in and I was handed a letter and said, here, you can either resign or retire or be terminated. Wasn't given a reason because I don't have to be given a reason. I'm an at-will employee. I was an at-will employee. So there was no investigation. So I can't tell you. There was nothing given to me as to why I was only given the option to retire or be terminated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I think you said that you were the deputy warden at Browning at the time that at the time that Wassenaar was there.
Yes.
And then you were transferred to Perryville.
Correct.
Okay. At the time, Mr. Chairman, at the time Wassenaar was at Browning, who made the decision as to his level of custody? Was that up to the warden, up to you as a deputy warden, or up to somebody else in the department? Or?
So basically, that was Stacy Crabtree's decision. So I'll explain a little bit of the classification process. So obviously, with his background and the fact that he had just come back from New Mexico due to a severe staff assault that had taken place over there, his classification was a direct result of his behavior. So therefore, it goes through the classification process. The CO3 conducts a hearing. Then the classification comes up to the unit deputy warden, which would have been me, to where I say, yeah, this guy needs to remain in max custody. Then goes over to the warden's office, where the warden would then make a recommendation. And then ultimately, the entire packet is sent up to central office for a person to be the final say regarding that classification, and it's approved. At my level, it's only a recommendation. At the warden's level, it's only a recommendation, even though we're the ones directly dealing with that individual. It is made by another person who is actually a correctional officer for, and they're only looking at paper. So they're not out there. They don't know the experience of that individual. So it's only how good the information is put forward to them, whether or not that individual will remain in max custody or be reduced in custody.
Mr. Chairman, what was your recommendation for his custody when you were there?
Max custody.
And Mr. Chairman, was that in fact his custody level in the end when you were there?
Yes, his
And
level was max
Mr.
until I
Chairman,
left.
when you left, then at some point after you left, his level of custody was reduced.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Hernandez.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Scott, sorry, I was taking some notes while you were speaking towards the beginning. You did mention that in this administration, you have noticed that there weren't any postings. I just want to clarify, are you saying that they are not posting the deaths of inmates, or are you saying that they were not sending out press releases?
They're not sending out press releases, and therefore, like, the general public, I believe, has a right to know what is going on inside of the institutions. They pay for everything. The taxpayers pay for everything. They have a right to know which inmates passed away, how they passed away, and that's always been the case in the past.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Scott, yeah, I completely agree with you. I did do a quick search just quickly on the department, and they do have the notifications tab, which still includes, and I think the last update was August 19th, and it was inmate notification of death, Mr. Homer Rosenberry. So if you scroll down on there, it still lists. I just want to make sure that we're clarifying.
I haven't looked recently,
Okay,
of course,
'cause it is on the
but I
website.
stopped. I mean, after I left the department, I didn't follow up on that, but it was that way. There wasn't anything being posted, and there surely was no information as to what was happening after that.
Yeah.
So inmates die for numerous reasons. Some get old, some get sick, or whatever it might be. But there's just no transparency as to what has taken place.
Yeah.
The amount of homicides that we had last year is unprecedented.
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
And Mr. Scott, yeah, I'm not disputing that there have been numerous deaths that have occurred. I just want to make sure that we are clarifying the record that the department still does list, or under notifications tab, it does still list. I just want to make sure that
Okay.
is clearly
I-
on the record, that there still is a record
I'm
of
sure there
these
is now.
deaths. So I just want to make sure that whoever's listening understands that you could still find this just by doing a quick search on the website. It says notifications, it'll list it and all the pages from there. There's also,
Is there any determination on those?
if you read more, so each one has information, and it includes, I'm not going to go through each one, but if you include, it says read more, and it gives you details on it. So I just want to make sure that perhaps it's the press releases that you're talking about that haven't been posted. I haven't seen those, but I do want to make sure that it is clearly recorded that there are still lists that you can
Okay.
find on the website. So I just want to make sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Senator Angus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, I'd like to go back to the beginning of your testimony. You're talking about the implementation of the MAT, medically assisted treatment. Now, I'm going to assume that that was with great oversight by medical professionals.
The medical professionals were inundated and swamped, and therefore the amount of inmates being prescribed that medication, it wasn't possible. So it's not only up to the medical providers, but there's also a security staff member that is supposed to be present when you're handing out those types of medications. They're watch-swallow medications. So the Suboxone that was being distributed, it was being crushed, and the inmates were supposed to take it and pour it underneath their tongue and then wait 15 minutes before leaving to ensure that it was, number one, absorbed, number two, it wasn't diverted. Just due to the sheer amount of inmates, to where you've got one nurse handing out not only all of the Suboxone medication, but all of the other medications that goes along with it. There is lines of hundreds of inmates waiting in line to receive medications. And to get through it faster, to hand out all of that medication, because a lot of those medications are timed. They have to be given at a certain time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah,
Senator.
I'm trying to get, if that was done in a private clinic, if they weren't following those protocols, they get their licenses taken away. Because this is, so you said earlier that there had been overdoses and deaths as part of this.
Yes.
Mr. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. So when you take Suboxone, if you normally take it, it's a very little risk. But the problem is that it's being diverted. So then it's mixed with other substances. or it's smoked, because it's no longer being poured underneath the tongue, it's just being handed out to them, and away they go.
Mr. Chairman, who oversees this?
So it's done by medical and security staffing. So it's a breakdown, and it's because of the sheer volume of inmates prescribed this medication. It is unfeasible, and there is no ability to properly hand out this medication with the amount of inmates that have been prescribed it, the amount of medical staff that are on site, and the amount of security staff present.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
I did want to bring up one quick thing. Unfortunately, the public safety chair is not getting it, but I understand the department has a policy, I don't think it's in statute, correct me if I'm wrong, about notification when a prisoner is homicided or dies. They currently give it to the Jude chairs, but not the public chairs, not the public safety chairs, and they give it to the legislators, whoever, how do I say this? Whatever district the prison is located in, those legislators get the notification. I don't get it, unfortunately. I wish I did, but I don't. And the president and the Speaker of the House. Now I've asked follow up on those. They just started getting them after Ricky's homicide episodes. So we haven't been getting them we didn't get them for years.
And Senator Payne, I'm not getting them either. And I'm
You're not.
Jude chair.
You're on the list.
Yeah.
You're the Jude chair. You should be getting them.
Understood?
Okay, anything else? You know, I'm gonna go ahead and call for a 20-minute recess, so we'll be back at 11:55. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back. I'm gonna call Mr. Rodney Carr.
You need a gavel in.
I'm back. We're back. Mr. Rodney Carr.
Good afternoon. My name is Rodney Carr.
You have 5 minutes, sir.
5 minutes, okay. My name is Rodney Carr. I recently left the Department of Corrections. My career I started in 1989. I left in June of 2024. Chairperson, members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address these issues, and I think there's some really important issues. The issues I want to address are the sweeping changes and seriously impacting the staff and the Department of Corrections. And what the issues are, the current focus of this director is the vision is to reimagine corrections. There are things and facets that you can reimagine. Well, they should be on a continuous basis. For instance, new and relevant programming, technologies, staffing opportunities, those type of things. That's something you need to look at. However, sound correctional practices and industry standards should never be eliminated. The department leadership
Can you get closer to the mic?
Standards.
The mic.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yep.
Better?
Much better.
However, sound correctional practice and industry standards should never be eliminated. The department leadership is ignoring these standards. The inmate classification and disciplinary policies were changed to eliminate the need for maximum custody beds. The current leadership made significant changes to the classification policies and eliminated approximately 1,100 beds. And that's an entire unit that basically was eliminated. They conducted mass overrides were conducted and resulted in the movement of inmates from maximum custody to close custody. And the difference in max custody, I heard that there was some issues concerning that. Max custody, they're locked up basically 23 hours a day, they get exercise periods and all that. When they're moved out, they're moved down into closed custody, which they are open yards. There is controlled movement. However, with the current staffing levels, they're pretty much ran like an open yard for the most part. Prior to moving these inmates down from max to close, they weren't vetted properly, and many of these inmates had already demonstrated that they could not be managed at lower custody level. As a department, it's our responsibility to provide for the needs of those inmates that want to prepare for a successful return to society. It is the department's responsibility also to ensure that inmates that continue to display assaultive, violent, and gang-related activities are removed from general population until such time their behavior changes. This is not happening. In a recent interview, the director was asked about this specific thing, about moving inmates down from max to close custody. His response was that they're all going to get out sometime. And to me, that was just the most unacceptable thing I've heard in my 35 years in this business. Due to mass overrides and the attempt to avoid the use of the maximum custody bed space, close custody inmates, close custody yards have witnessed a rise in violence throughout the state. To the extent that currently most of the units, the maximum or close custody units, are being managed by tactical support units. These are units that are designed for responses. However, they're being assigned in these level 4 facilities to maintain because of the fear of them going off. But keep in mind that staffing is finite. So anytime that you put together or assemble a team such as this, you pull from all the other units and complexes in order to do that. So all of the lower custody level units are manned less. That's why you see in these videos that the inmates are putting out, you see that it looks like they got carte blanche, they're just walking around, and they are, because there are no staff in those lower custody level units, because they're all trying to keep the lid on close custody as a result of max being moved to that level. Both staff and inmate assaults have increased, as well as drug and security threat activity. All the gangs that is brought up earlier, that the gangs were out onto the yards, they are, and that wasn't the case before. They were validated, and they were put in maximum custody until they chose to renounce. Anytime that you take and you put gangs back out on the yard, they reorganize, and that's the result of a lot of these killings that you're seeing. Inmates are issued disciplinary tickets by correctional officers for various violations. Inmates would gradually be moved up in custody levels based on their disciplinary violations. However, inmates are not being moved to appropriate custody level. They're ignoring the tickets because there is no place to put them. When you have less than 300 maximum custody beds, they're just cycling them in and out.
30 seconds, sir.
Okay. I'll kind of speed down here. Most correctional professionals would expect these results based on these changes. They would expect the assaults. They would expect the homicides. If you remove inmate accountability and allow disruptive inmates to be placed on general population charge, you get a significant number of staff assaults, inmate assaults, and homicides. There's a lot of data that supports that. The director's vision of reimagining corrections was to develop an apartment of 1,500 inmates. There was little or no maximum or close custody. The concepts used there do not fit a large multifaceted department like ADCRR. The lack of leadership is evident in almost every decision.
Just a minute.
Okay.
The chairman can't figure out his phone.
Does that mean I get more time?
Yes, sir. I'm restarting my phone. Apparently it doesn't stop.
5 minutes starts now. All right. The lack of leadership is evident in most every decision made by this administration. With the results as they are, you should observe a reversal in course. However, this is not the case. Director Thornell continues the implementation of his vision, regardless of the negative impact in important areas. Inmate safety. I have never seen a level, in my 35 years, I've never seen a level of inmate-on-inmate assaults. And even back when I started, the gangs were out on the yards and all of that stuff. Everybody was out on the yards, but I've never seen it to this level since he's put them out on the yard. Staff safety, staff are getting assaulted daily, up to and including a warden was assaulted here not too long ago. That was unheard of before. You would have never seen an inmate assault a warden. If nothing else, there was a little bit of respect back in the day. They have no respect for staff now. Employee morale, I've never seen it worse. I still have a lot of friends and family that report to me and talk to me, and I have never heard them so down and so afraid to lose their job. First of all, they're afraid that if they do something, they get into an altercation with an inmate, they're going to lose their job. They're going to potentially...
You got an extra 2 minutes because of my phone, so.
All right, great.
From now or?
No, we're done.
Oh, we're done. Okay. All right.
I wanted to clear that up.
Questions?
Questions?
Senator Epstein. Go ahead.
Thank you, chairs and sir, thanks for coming in. So you worked for the department for quite some time, and can you tell me again, what you were warden of what?
I was a warden of Florence and of Phoenix Complex. I was a warden for right close to 3 years.
Great. And can I just ask a few questions in a row, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thanks. And what were the inmates like in those? So was that a max custody? Was it a closed custody? What were the inmates?
I've actually worked every custody level that we have in most complexes. The the ones that I think you're speaking of mostly is the max custody and close custody. Maximum custody inmates, they get there by two things. It's by their disciplinary history, continued disciplinary gets them placed into the max custody facilities, or by the severity of their crime. They have the ability to work their way down, and that's the beauty of the system. If it's used correctly, through programming, through good behavior, they have the ability to work their way down into the close custody yards. This wasn't the case. The way that they were reclassed, they weren't vetted very well, and they were just placed straight out onto close custody yards. Close custody, like I said, is still controlled movement. They walk them in lines to and from chow and all that stuff. However, when you have staffing levels that they have, when you have a unit that's designed to have 30 staff and they're running with 13, there's very little oversight, or it's definitely diminished. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's keep the practice of going through the chairs, please. Yeah, always go through the chairs.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry.
Mr. Chair, sir, you've described a lot of things and you've given your opinions. I appreciate your opinions. How long were you working in the department that overlapped in time with Director Thornell?
I was there approximately 2 years from the date.
Go through the chairs, just
Chair.
please.
Okay. Mr. Chair, yes. I was there approximately through his whole tenure up to now, till I left in June of 2014. At the time I left, I was the warden of Phoenix Complex, which mainly housed all the mental health inmates.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, did you mean 2024?
2024, yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
And then you left, what were the terms or conditions or situation when you left the department?
Mr. Chair, yes. Approximately 3 months prior to me departing the department, I was contacted by my superior, who at that time was Julie Roberts. And I was told that I had $140,000 per pay period of overtime to be used. I'd done the calculations, and the lowest I could get by with was $265,000. There was no way I could do any less. So I was contacted, and I was told that I was being placed under scrutiny because I wasn't lowering the numbers and all that. I was approached and told them to move hospital security to one security staff instead of two. I wouldn't do that. I would not change any security standard. Therefore, I didn't change the budget. So I received a call on a Thursday. I went to my boss's office, and I was told that, and I got to tell you, I was actually the warden of Florence. I was actually living in the Florence house as what was requested of me, and the reason I was doing that was for oversight of Florence Complex when I was there. I was still living in Florence Complex. So I went to my boss, and he told me, I'm going to give you two options. Either you resign, and I'll let you have the amount of time necessary to move out of your house, or you don't, and you have to be out in 3 days. Keep in mind, this is a very large house. My wife had just had a tumor removed, so I had very little option other than to accept the resignation. I did not want to resign. I didn't feel like I had any culpability in anything that would preclude me from staying with the department. My record in 35 years was clean. So you can imagine, yeah, I have a little bit of heartburn over that.
Oh, one last question, Mr. Chair.
Please, go.
Thank you. So your testimony really, once again, speaks to the problems with staffing in our prison system. And if you're paying, or if the concern was they didn't want to let you use overtime for budgetary reasons, it sounds like. The problem is not enough funding in the prisons and not enough staff to take these jobs.
Exactly. My shifting, I would come in with 15 officers. And the positions that we had at the hospital, transports and all that would require another 30 above my staffing. And that was on a daily basis, and there was no change in that because I had the mental health facility, and we had the medical runs, and we had bedsides and all that stuff, so it was virtually impossible to do that. So staffing, I still have a lot of friends and family in the department, and I'm going to tell you that the reason the staffing is diminishing and dropping is because they don't feel appreciated. They're overworked. they're held to a much higher standard than what I think is even feasible. The inmates are not held to that standard. Like I said, they're pushing the reimagining corrections, that vision, that's the goal, that's the agenda, and if you're not performing to help and assist with that agenda, it's a problem.
And I'm sorry, I have one more.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your patience. Finally, do you know what the salary levels are in general, say a starting corrections officer or a person who's been there for 10 years or so? And I'll ask the director when they come up about that. But what, from your, I think sometimes the perspective of boots on the ground is informative.
Well, it is, and like I said, I have family that are currently working in the Department of Corrections. It's about $29 an hour for somebody that's been there 10 years. I don't know what the new starting is, but I know it's considerably less than most of the surrounding departments of different types, sizes.
Okay, thanks. That's all for now.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? All right, well, good. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. Robert Swift.
And well, I thought Stacy was up next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Stacy. Stacy's up next. My apologies.
And what else is coming up? Senator Epstein, I have all those charts I'd be happy to share with you on the pay scales and all that kind of thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being here. Please identify yourself and you got 5 minutes.
Chairpersons and member of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Stacy Ibarra. I proudly served the Arizona Department of Corrections for 31 years, beginning as a corrections officer in 1994 and retiring this May as a warden of Iman Complex. I appear before you because I believe the safety of the staff, the inmates, and ultimately the public is at risk under the current department's current direction. Since July of 2024 through May 25th, 2025, Arizona prisons have experienced unprecedented levels of violence and death. 126 overdose deaths, 91 deaths from natural causes, 11 homicides, the highest number ever recorded in a single year, and all within just 4 months. 6 suicides, 12 deaths still pending cause determination. In addition, staff assaults and inmate-on-inmate assaults have escalated sharply. These numbers reflect a serious breakdown in structure, control, and sound security practice. Experienced leaders, wardens, deputy wardens, assistant directors, senior medical and mental health administrators have all departed in unprecedented numbers since the current director assumed command. Instead of retaining seasoned professionals, the department has filled critical posts with individuals lacking the experience needed to manage complex correctional environments. This erosion of institutional knowledge has destabilized operations, weakened accountability, and created unsafe conditions for staff and inmates alike. A particularly troubling example occurred during a statewide wardens meeting, when Director Thornell stated that staff should expect violence and even death among the inmate population as an avoidable consequence of prison operations. Such a message undermines the fundamental mission of corrections to prevent violence, protect life, and promote order. By framing preventable tragedies as inevitable, leadership signaled that safety is no longer a priority, leaving staff demoralized and the system increasingly unstable. Several recent policy changes have directly contributed to the rise in violence and disorder. Custody and classification changes. Over 1,300 maximum custody inmates were moved to lower custody yards, destabilizing the populations and placing staff at greater risk. Restriction in detention use beds. Wardens must now seek high approval to place dangerous inmates in detention, leaving violent individuals on the yard where they pose ongoing threats. Reduced sanctions for violence. Inmates who commit assaults are returned to lower custody within 30 to 90 days, removing deterrence and emboldening further violence. The medicated assistant treatment. Inmates are permitted to participate in Suboxone treatment without a prior substance abuse history. leading to misuse, contraband, and in at least one case, suicide. The impact on the staff and the inmates: staff are underpaid, undervalued, and increasingly fearful for their safety. Many feel they cannot defend themselves without risk of disciplinary action. At the same time, inmates lack adequate programming, treatment, and rehabilitation opportunities, particularly sex offender treatment, which is absent from all state-run facilities and only available through private contracted facilities. While the department promotes a message of transparency, the reality is far different. Information from prison leadership is often suppressed or sanitized to avoid negative publicity. For example, medical mortality reviews are routinely cleaned up prior to publication. Without truthful reporting, neither the state leaders nor the public can accurately assess the safety and operations of Arizona prisons. Corrections is above all a people business. Staff must trust their leaders, and inmates must believe the system is fair, structured, and safe. Right now, both trust and safety are eroding. I respectfully urge this committee
30 seconds.
to demand accurate reporting of all significant incidents, deaths, and assaults. Restore experienced leadership at all levels of the department. Require independent review of classification, housing policies, and pre-release audits. Since inmate Kramer, 124771, a sex offender, was released 20 years early this June by providing false documents he created himself. Ensure both that staff and inmates are protected and the true rehabilitation and programming are prioritized. Arizona prison belongs to the people of the state of Arizona. The question is no longer if more assaults or deaths will occur, but how many more must occur prior to action being taken. The
Thank you.
system must be safe, transparent, and accountable.
Thank you. Got a quick question for you. When you said staff is afraid to defend themselves because of possible disciplinary action, so what are they supposed to do? Just take a beating?
I can't tell you how many staff members I had to terminate for self-defense
Okay, thank you.
in my 10 years of warden, over 5 years.
Thank you. That'll be a good question for the director later.
Yes.
Thanks. Anybody else?
You mentioned 30 to 90 days is all they get for a write-up like that?
That's actually in the injunction.
Yes, I believe I saw that. I
The
just
director assisted. in
wanted to
creating.
expound. I wanted to expand on that a little bit. I'm also concerned. You mentioned about people leaving the department. Any idea why? I mean, is it safety, money, combination?
I think lack of trust in their leadership has a lot to do with it.
Have you done exit interviews with people? Is that your role as a warden?
Well, I did, but I'm no longer a warden. I retired.
I
in May.
understand that. Yes.
Yes.
But that was your role.
I think that coming from the Hyman complex for the majority of my 31-year tenure, I only left Hyman for roughly 7 years out of that time. You build a trust with the staff. The staff learn to trust their leaders. They trust their wardens. They trust their deputy wardens and their DWAPs. If that trust is wavering, they don't feel safe anymore. They don't feel safe for us to protect them. They don't feel safe for us to defend them should they have to use force to defend themselves, and they don't feel safe at work. The inmates don't feel safe if they don't trust their leadership.
Thank you, Steve. Anyone else?
Representative Hernandez.
Mr. Chair, and I'm so sorry, didn't catch your last name.
Ibarra.
I did have a question. So you've been with the department, you said, for over 31 years. We're talking right now about turnover and staffing, but I mean, I've been now I'm going into my 8th year, and I know that we've had issues when it comes to staffing, not just in this administration, but prior. I mean, it's been an ongoing issue when it comes to proper staffing of the department. I know that my colleague here, Senator Gowan, for years has been working on legislation I believe it was to include the workers in the retirement system and also increase pay. And I know this because I remember voting for a few of them. But I guess my question to you is, we're talking a lot about this being an issue, but would you also say that this has been a continuous issue since you've been there for so long? Or are you saying that all of this has only started since this administration?
No, it has not just started since Director Thornell took over the department. Staffing in prisons is a nationwide problem. It's not just an Arizona problem. No little 5-year-old has a desire to grow up and work in prison. At least not any that I've ever met. A lot of staff will use it as a stepping stone to other law enforcement agencies. A lot of them will use it to take advantage of some of the programs, tuition reimbursement, and different things that the department offer. I think a big part of the turnover problem right now, unfortunately, for Mr. Thornell and under his leadership, is the previous executive leadership did a 20% increase for the staff, and that the staff are required under the corp retirement system to have their top 3 highest years of pay. So I think right now, maybe the department is struggling with some of those people that received that 20% pay increase, which the 3 years ended in July. So their top 3 years for corp ended in July of this year. And now they didn't get a pay increase this year. So the ones that are eligible to retire, I think you're gonna see a lot of retirements this year because of they're at their highest level and they can retire and get another position and they don't have to do prison anymore.
Among others.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
5, a 10, and a 20.
Anybody else? Mr. Gowan, Senator Gowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, ma'am. You talked about you had to terminate some people for, guards in the past because they actually did self-defense to defend themselves in the last 10 years out and about. Was it shown that they did self-defense? I mean, I'm interested in hearing why they
I'm not talking about terminating staff that we had, when the director first came, we were told there is no more power control. We have to use rapport and communication to get the inmates to do what we want. Well, that's not something that you can do overnight. So inmates still continue to assault staff. And when they would defend themselves, it was extremely screened and scrutinized, and was it necessary? And if an officer's afraid, and he's one of 15 people on a yard of 880 inmates, and an inmate is aggressive and in their face, and the officer doesn't have a clear method of backing away, they should be able to defend themselves if needed. But they've lost that. They've lost that under this leadership because we've terminated many of them.
Thank you.
The disciplinary is all under public information, I'm sure.
Well, you made it sound like it was pretty easy to get. I'm still waiting on it. I see a list of different folks that have left the department recently, and they were quite high in rank. I got a chief medical officer, a couple of chief medical officers, chief of Arizona Correctional Industries, deputy director prison operations, assistant director prison operations, another assistant director prison operations, a warden, another warden, yourself, another warden. I have a whole list of some 3 more officers. Any idea why they left?
I think they were probably given opportunities to retire or resign, maybe. Oh, I don't know. I'm guessing. I think that on the lower levels, the officer finds better employment or less dangerous employment. Ultimately, we all, I'm one of those people that loved my job, and I was very good at what I did. Not everybody meets that bill, not everybody is doing that, so.
I just find it alarming that 4 wardens left, several deputy directors left. I'm sure Director Thornell will help me out with this.
Sir, find that very alarming. I've not seen that under the last 5 directors I've worked for.
That's leadership, that's knowledge going out the door.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we see it here all the time, but we're, as elected officials, we have to turn over after so many years, but you guys don't.
We don't have that much knowledge.
That's why, because we have to turn over constantly, so. I find that dangerous.
It is dangerous, sir. And it breeds lack of trust from the staff.
Thank you.
Senator Angus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why did you leave?
I'm sorry?
Why did you leave?
I was given an option.
You were given an option.
I had the 10th homicide of the homicides I talked about. The 10th homicide was at Reimagining Unit. I was the warden of Iman Complex.
That was the Mexican mafia guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Alejandro. What the craziest part about my exit is I have 31 years with disciplinary-free service. Never a suspension. Never time off.
I find it alarming. It's like 2 days after that homicide, you were relieved of your duties?
It was more like the following week.
A week after?
We had the homicide, and the following week I was put on admin leave, where I had to stay home Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. Wasn't allowed to leave my house unless I requested permission from Mr. McAdory, who was a warden with me at the same time prior to that, only promoted the day that Wassenauer did his killings.
And yet at Cimarron, that warden was promoted.
I'm aware of that.
The very same day, I believe.
I'm not really here to discuss
No,
why
and I'm not asking to.
Okay.
I just wanted to note that you were let go a little while after.
I was let go because of my homicide,
And
and
Cimarron,
the only explanation I have is one I can. That I wasn't provided I'll tell you the story. I was called into my office. We had a little melee at Reimagining Unit that morning, as some of these guys behind me can testify. They were watching us on camera. When the dining hall went off and we all responded and got very thoroughly gassed, I was called to my office by Chief Pacheco and Deputy Chief McAdory, and told I was being put on leave with pay. I said, okay, so I packed my belongings and they walked me out of my office. And I went through a fact finding with Charles Bohr, one of the Investigator General's office supervisors. And then I was called back in on May 9th for an appointment with Mr. McAdory, Mr. Pacheco, and Ed Richards, the chief of staffing. And I was provided a letter that told me either I resigned or I could retire. And I asked them, well, can you give me an explanation? Doesn't 31 years afford me the opportunity for an explanation on why I'm being terminated? And they said no. And I said, can you demote me instead? I literally spent more time leading my complex and supporting my staff than I did my own kids. And I was told no, and I said, okay. So then they followed me to my office, watched me pack my belongings, and escorted me to my car as if I was a compromised staff member in front of all my staff. So, the only thing I have to say about it is it's unfortunate. I didn't get on Facebook or any other social media platforms and badmouth the department, because I think people that do that hurt our ability to retain and recruit staff. And above all, I love those staff in that complex and the inmates. I did good things in my tenure, and I'm proud of that. As far as being the only female with one homicide versus the other wardens with the other 2 other wardens and 9 combined homicides, I was the only one dismissed. Any more questions?
I just want to make a comment real quick. I just want you to understand that we're not here to go after correction officers.
Yeah.
We respect the job that you do and how difficult it is. We're just trying to understand what's happening here with people dying and
The reason
so
I'm
on.
here, sir, is to assist you, and hopefully we can bring some
Solutions.
solutions and some safety to the staff and the inmates. And, personally, I'd like to see sex offender treatment at the sex offender units. I've supervised them for 30 years, and I've asked every director that's came to give us sex offender treatment. And I think they were getting close to doing one virtual sex offender class when I retired. One. And there are 5 or 6 units that house nothing but sex offenders, hundreds of them.
Any other questions? Members?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Senator?
Senator Epstein.
Thank you, chairs. Thanks for coming in and for your dedication to the job. Everything you say tells us how, for you, it was a matter of dedication to trying to do good work that kept you there, and I appreciate that very much. I'm trying to understand some of the changes in culture that were brought in that you indicate resulted in staff just not knowing what to do. And so it sounds like the directive was, we're going to get the inmates to do things, trying to use communication skills rather than force. But the staff wasn't trained for that. Those are
The direction came out to stop the use of force prior to the training.
Right, okay. And so since then, has there been, those are high-level communication skills. You're not a 5th grader in school with communication skills like that are needed for that. I've long been an advocate for social emotional learning, which is essentially those communication skills whereby you can get somebody to cooperate because cooperation is mutually beneficial.
Right.
High-level skills. So was there training brought through for it, or what attention to that kind of training in order to make that big change, important change that's needed?
What we did in Iman Comp, and I can only speak for what my team did in Iman, is when we had a use of force that could be questionable, we would bring in the person that did it and go over it and ask them, how were you feeling? How did that impact your decisions? Because we tried to make it educational so that whether they got disciplined or not, at least they would understand how to do it better next time. But that's the only training that I saw come through under my watch.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right, next we have Mr. Swift. Come on up, sir. Identify yourself, and you got 5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. I'm a retired corrections officer at 31 years and 1 month, and leaving before my 32 years was not my choice. I got hurt on the job because of policies that.
What year did you leave?
I was at Complex in Tucson, and
What year did you leave?
what unit?
What year did you leave?
Oh, I started in 1993, and I left in 2024.
Thank you.
So I just retired in late November. I appreciate you inviting me here today. I'm going to ask that video be played first, if with your permission, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, could we hear his name again?
I was a retired officer.
Your name?
Last name is Swift, S-W-I-F-T.
Robert
Thank you, sir.
Swift.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So we can watch the video and everyone see.
Leaked videos from inside Arizona prison. Arizona prisons.
And these videos are extremely violent. So
Whoa,
consider this a
that
warning.
was cool.
Young children in the room.
Sir.
Where's it coming from?
Yeah, 30 seconds. Just kidding.
You're about to.
Right now, the ABC 15 investigators with new leaked videos from inside Arizona prisons.
And these videos are extremely violent, so consider this a warning in case there are young children in the room. You're about to see two brutal assaults inside two different prisons, but the separate attacks highlight the same major security risk. It's a problem we first told you about 2 years ago. Tonight, ABC 15 investigator Dave Biscoming continues to expose our state's dangerous and dysfunctional prison system.
It's November 3rd, 2020, and you're looking at a pod inside the Tucson prison at 9:55 in the morning. A lone officer checking a cell. Two inmates then corner him and unload. One holds him as another wails away, punch after punch after punch. Another inmate just walking around as more exit an upstairs cell, and another comes from the bottom of the screen. After about 15 seconds, the officer breaks free and begins to spray the inmates. They run and scatter. Think it's all over? Not even close. Just wait.
Historically, there should be staff.
We're going to cut it there, but it goes on for another 2 minutes. I just wanted to bring that up in case you didn't.
Yes. So I was asked to speak today a little bit about how the department has turned control rooms into workstations. So here to give my personal opinions, mainly on the issue of control rooms being turned into workstations and the dangerous consequences. Control rooms are for radio, phone communications, listening, observation, a secured area, and emergencies. There are many past incidents where disturbances or riots happened, and it was the only safe place for outnumbered staff to go until help arrived. We all knew a disaster was coming when they first began talking about getting rid of our control rooms and making them workstations, and how dangerous things would become. For many years, I believe DOC administrators have lied about staff shortages to hide the truth of how short we have always been for liability reasons and to hide the truth. They artificially, on paper, lower critical staffing below safe operational standards to make those numbers appear normal when they are not and defy logical safety standards. DOC has a historical habit of changing names or acronyms to suit politically correct norms for liability or reputation. Riots are now disturbances, minor or major. Recreation cages became holding enclosures. Assaults became inmates fighting. Control rooms became workstations. When Officer Castillo, the one that we saw in the video, was assaulted at Cimarron, there was an officer assigned to the building control room before they were turned into workstations. She was a Santa Rita officer cross-level to Cimarron because of staff shortages. Cimarron did not have a directory of extensions to call anyone. She had to call her unit at Santa Rita to report that staff was being assaulted and to relay to Cimarron to send a response. I believe the news was saying it was 6 minutes for the response. Imagine if that control room had already been turned into a workstation prior to that assault. Handheld radios were dead. I personally identified that issue when I had been cross-leveled to Cimarron on the past occasions and did on 2 occasions file an incident report about the issues with the dead batteries, and it was not even my unit. Nothing was done. Had there been no control room staff that day, I ask what would have been the outcome for Officer Castillo. Other negative consequences of turning control rooms into workstations: there are no audible visual observations of inmate population or staff working by themselves around inmates that can assault, murder, sexually assault, or take staff as hostages. Total increases in criminal activity, drug use, assaults, etc. go unseen, and inmates know when no staff are in the area. The reason to believe the department made the control rooms into workstations was the mass exodus of correctional officers who were tired of the lack of competitive pay and did not compensate for the effects of the injunction and Director Thornell's policies. The other main issue is what is known as Jensen versus Thornell, which began before him. This ACLU lawsuit is so ridiculously labor intensive that DOC does not have the amount of staff to do the job, such as cell searches for lack of staff to do them, but are required to report that they were done anyway. If you did the cell search, you find drugs or a cell phone, you in all likelihood will be assaulted. Again, no actual control rooms mean no officer to even watch or listen for the disruption of you getting assaulted. Again, when Officer Castillo was assaulted, he had his radio knocked away and his OC spray was used on him. I believe the injunction also coincided with the Federal Bureau of Prisons hiring. We lost a massive amount of staff due to this director's policies and the injunction. So with such critical staffing shortages, I believe that cutting the control rooms and calling them workstations was one way for the department to reassign those staff to floors and try to make staffing appear to be covering operations. Finally, I would like to add that when Director Thornell took over the Arizona Department of Corrections, I occasionally worked at our vehicle Sallyport. I distinctly remember the administration staff had to go to central office for meetings, and some of those staff verbally told me that Director Thornell basically told them if they did not agree with his Reimagining corrections philosophy, they could find another job. Due to the unprecedented, unrealistic injunction, the unsafe, dangerous conditions, and this director's policies, is my belief that Director Thornell has actually caused an agency statewide disaster that has decimated our ranks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. I'm alarmed by workstations, control rooms going away and becoming workstations. The few times that I've been out at the prison looking at doing tours and whatnot, we had control rooms then. So we were able to look at the control rooms and we were able to observe, was a door locked? What are the prisoners doing? We could see the cameras were focused on the floor and recreational areas. And if that's all gone now, that's dangerous in my opinion. I mean, I fear for you people, the people that are in there. So I just wanted to bring that up. Now, the video that we saw was not during Mr. Thornell's time. This was several years ago. But the point that I wanted to see from, or that I'm getting out of that video is that was a control room. It took minutes because the radios were dead, but it took minutes for him to get anywhere. But had that not been a control room, he wouldn't have got any help.
Yeah, exactly, sir.
I just blown away by that. No help at all. It was 2 minutes or more before help finally came, and you saw what was happening to him. He was getting the snot beat out of him.
Yes.
I'll open the floor. Anybody else?
Good.
Well, you're getting hot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we respectfully call on Director Thornell to the podium. I'm not going to call time on you, sir. Thank you.
You have an unlimited amount of time, Director.
I'm sorry?
You have an unlimited amount of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Senator Payne, Representative Nguyen, and committee members. I'm Ryan Thornell. I serve as the director of the Arizona Department of Corrections, Rehabilitation, and Reentry, and I'm glad to be here with you today. I've been serving as the director since January 30th of 2023. I personally appreciate your interest in what's happening at ADCRR. We continue to be proud of the progress that we've made since January 2023, much of which we'll discuss today, and the progress that we continue to make. For those of you that have taken us up on our offers to come out and tour our prisons firsthand, you've seen the commitment from our staff. You've seen the commitment towards reimagining corrections. You've seen a commitment asking for your support, and we appreciate that level of support, so thank you for that. Today's ADCR is not ADCR of 2020, what you saw in that video, or 2010, or before that. We're cleaning up a lot of outdated practices. We continue to clean up a lot of outdated practices. And while you've heard that a small number of our current staff or former staff disagree with our actions, they're the minority. They're the minority. I'm sure you're aware that through any change process, it's complicated. It takes time. And we'll always have staff and stakeholders that disagree with the change at hand. This does not make the change effort wrong. This does not make the change effort misinformed. It's simply part of the change process. Leadership teaches us this. I again encourage you to come and see the progress and practices for yourself, firsthand, any one of our housing units, any one of our prisons, to gauge how well we're actually doing and how staff truly feel about our progress. I want to note that I take every death, including homicides, very seriously. Any life lost in our department is tragic. It deserves our attention. It deserves my attention. It deserves our investigation. And when appropriate, it deserves corrective action. We've approached every single homicide, all 9 of them, not 10, not 11, 9, with this mentality. And we always will. This year has undoubtedly been a tough year. It's been a tough year with violence. It's been a tough year with high rates of homicides. And it's been a tough year with other things that we're combating, which I'll share more about. But we continue to devote countless time and resources to addressing these underlying issues. It's also important to note that as we speak about spikes in violence and homicides, this isn't the first time this has occurred in Arizona. It's not the first time it's occurred in a prison system. We can look back over the last 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and we see spikes in violence. We see spikes in homicides. We're charting a course to bring ADCR into the 21st century. When you look around the country, nearly every state, including the Federal Bureau of Prisons, is on a path to modernizing its prison practices. In fact, just yesterday, President Trump's director of the BOP shared remarks about his commitment to modernizing the Bureau, moving away from policies and practices of 10, 15, 20 years ago, and aligning it with modern correctional practices. What we're doing here in Arizona isn't an Arizona-specific effort, nor is it about me as an individual. It's about the evolving field of corrections and what we must do to continue to evolve. This is no different than the evolution of any other field, including other public safety fields or otherwise, and this remains the path that we're on. At the department, we have 4 foundational goals that we established in 2023 that provide the framework for the work that we're doing. These goals weren't created yesterday. They weren't created in April. They were created in 2023 as we rolled out our path forward. Within those goals, we focus on 4 key things. One is professional development of our staff and organizational growth and team building. The second is effectively managing our population and making sure that we progress them appropriately towards their rehabilitation and back into our local Arizona communities while they're with us. The third is that we provide appropriate treatment services, rehabilitation, and continuity of care so that when they do leave our incarceration, they're connected to the services they need in their communities. And the fourth is modernizing our infrastructure, the environment that we exist within, and the technology and other measures that go along with that. We've made progress. I'll give you some examples of that progress. We've increased staffing levels. I'll share some numbers of those shortly. We've increased recruitment and we've increased retention. And for the first time in recent history, well before my arrival here, we're below 1,000 correctional officer vacancies. When I arrived here, we were above 1,500 correctional officer vacancies. We're under 1,000. I believe Ms. Ham quoted it as around 962, give or take. We established the first of its kind Contraband Interdiction Task Force in 2023, a team dedicated to working towards getting rid of contraband from our prisons. That includes contrabands coming in our front doors, our visitation doors, coming overhead, through the mail, and every other way that it's coming in. We created the Office of Professional Standards and Accountability because, yes, I do believe accountability is important. And I will defend that. Accountability is important. We implemented RFID technology for logging daily duties of staff throughout our high custody areas to make sure that they have a more efficient way to track the work that they're doing, and we use technology to our advantage to do that. We opened up our Eagle Point unit, which is out at our Lewis Prison Complex, which is an all-licensed inpatient mental health unit for men. Houses roughly 170 men at the most severe mental illness acuity level. We established a new correctional officer training academy because training is one of our foundational goals, and redid the entire curriculum emphasizing things like defensive tactics, communication, use of force, and otherwise. And we shifted that academy from a 7-week academy to a 13-week academy, building in an appropriate period of on-the-job training and field training officers in order to make sure our staff are comfortable and ready when they graduate the academy and go out into our prison units. We designed and opened 2 new special needs units for medically infirmed inmates throughout the state. We implemented an emergency call button application so that an inmate may contact a staff member in an emergency via their tablet and have an immediate response. We established a staff wellness administrator focused solely on staff wellness and redeployed our employee support unit focused on staff wellness. And while some critics claim that we've only been focusing on these improvements since April of this last year, that's false. We've been doing that since 2023. Our website documents that journey of our strategic plans, our outcomes, and our progress. And our monthly reports that are published on our website also support this progress, dating far back into 2023, which is a new level of transparency for ADCRR and unique to corrections overall. Arizona Corrections is not unique in the makeup of its population, the challenges posed, or the issues it's facing. Nearly every state in the country is combating these same issues today, including violence, trafficking of drugs and contraband, illegal cell phones, and many others. The approaches we're taking mirror many of the approaches utilized in these other states with effectiveness, including Texas, Utah, Virginia, Ohio, and many other states. We're not unique in working through a max custody or restrictive housing or solitary confinement processes, whatever term we want to put on it. In fact, the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Prisons established more than 10 years ago the expectations of how you run solitary confinement and how you run maximum custody housing units and what it means to be in that placement. It is not designed to be a long-term, indefinite placement. That is not an ADCRR designed mentality that comes before Ryan Thornell came to Arizona. The team at ADCRR today has engaged in numerous collaborations with other states, with their counterparts, and hears many of the same struggles, areas of improvement, and we work together to seek those solutions with them. I also want to take a moment to explain our custody classification levels, as they've been referenced regularly throughout the morning, and I want to provide some clarity to the extent it may be helpful. A corrections classification system assigns custody levels based upon the inmate's current risk level within a prison system. Here in Arizona, the lowest risk is called minimum custody. It's the very lowest you can be in a risk level within our prison system. The most common and moderate level is called medium custody. And the highest general population risk level we have is close custody. It's important to note that while comments made today may make it seem otherwise, close custody is a very tightly controlled, curtailed operation. Inmates receive out-of-cell time in line with industry standards through assignments, classes, work activities, recreation, and showers. Aside from that, they're locked in their cells securely. Max custody, which again is also known maybe as restrictive housing or solitary confinement, is a placement that inmates are placed in when their immediate behavior poses a significant risk to the safety, security, staff, and population. This is not intended to be a long-term placement. When someone scores as a specific custody level, but may be more appropriate for a different level due to individual circumstances, staff may request an override, up or down, with an approval process. We've heard a lot about overrides from max to close custody. Interestingly, we actually use these overrides less than in the past. In fact, when we look back in 2014, for example, overrides from max to close were much more frequent. In fact, a close custody yard at Lewis Prison back in 2014, the population was between 45 and 50% overridden from max custody to close custody. In 2018, when some of the administrators in this room were running central unit, it was changed from a max custody to a close custody housing unit. Overnight, all inmates overridden from max custody to close custody without so much as a policy or procedure. Additionally, in 2019, the department made the decision to change death row from all max to close custody, a classification that remains today. Today, we also battle new dynamics and behaviors, such as 72% of our current inmate population has a violent criminal record. 72% of our 35,500 individuals has a violent criminal record. We are battling contraband, drugs, cell phone, the introduction of those things through different means, the introduction of those through the mail, infused in paper, or dropped overhead on a drone device, or coming in through our front doors, as we discussed before. We've also dealt with padlocks as weapons, which we're taking steps to rid. We're dealing with staffing, as we discussed. We're dealing with public perception, and of course, physical plant and workplace conditions. All of those things to say that running prisons is a complex dynamic, and our staff do one heck of a job working through those dynamics that they have. Recruitment and retention is improving, and contrary to what you might have heard this morning, morale is improving. I know this because I've gone and done in-person town halls with my staff. I speak with my staff. In fact, we have a more transparent communication pipeline to our staff than we've ever had in this agency. And it's important that we draw attention to that. I want to use Lewis Prison as an example because it's a prison that has a notorious reputation, and we often see it in the headlines and we hear a lot about it. But I want to use it as an example from a recruitment and retention standpoint. My first day on the job was January 30th of 2023. At that time, Lewis Prison Complex had a correctional officer vacancy rate of 34.82%. 34.82%. When we ran those exact same numbers yesterday, apples to apples, across the board, that vacancy rate at Lewis Prison Complex was 8.59%. I'll remind you, 34.82% down to 8.59%. Interestingly, Lewis Prison also has the lowest vacancy rate of all male prison complexes across the state. Yet it has the most close custody yards in operation today and the most problematic populations that we have. Yes, we still have work to do, but I give that as an example of progress that we're making. Violence in prison is also a national issue that's worth highlighting. In fact, we've learned that just in the last 5 years nationally, violence has increased 54% in assaults against inmates by other inmates. 54% comes from the Bureau of Justice, released this year. And 77% increase in assaults on staff by inmates. We've seen lockdowns not only in Arizona, but in California, in Maryland, in Nevada, in Texas, in Ohio, and the list could go on. 9 homicides have occurred in our state prison system this calendar year. Those resulted from 7 different incidents. 8 of those deaths occurred in our close custody units. 1 of those deaths occurred in a maximum custody unit. 6 of these deaths were due to in-cell violence, one-on-one violence. And 1 of those incidents obviously involved multiple inmates and did not occur in the cell. The second part of it did not occur in the cell. As a result of that, we've implemented several violence reduction efforts. We've increased staffing in our high custody areas. We've provided staffing for high-risk assignments to those staff. We've implemented body-worn cameras dating back to May of this year, and we've already seen positive improvements, including reductions in use of force, reductions in incidents, quicker time to resolve issues, and better staff morale in support of those body-worn cameras. We've also enhanced our search and screening processes for all inmates coming out of their cells, coming in and out of housing units. We've implemented a full-time special operations team to help us manage all of these critical operations and oversee them throughout every day. And we've structured our close custody operations in a new way that enhances our security procedures, enhances counts, and other appropriate administrations. Finally, I want to note that we do have, and we continue to make continued effort to enhance transparency and accountability. And we want to continue working with the legislature, and we want to continue working with our community stakeholders. I encourage you all to take us up on our in-depth tours of prison units, right, including the Cimarron unit that we toured some legislators through last Friday. I encourage you to reach out, to ask for meetings, to exchange information, to problem solve ideas. And we will work our hardest to provide documentation in response to those. Lastly, I want to note that we established earlier this year a Directors Advisory Committee, actually at the tail end of 2024, which is made up of 8 community members from a variety of different disciplines, including individuals with lived experience, including staff members of the department and other partners and stakeholders in the community that come together to advise us on the work that we're doing. They tour our prison units regularly, and they share ideas with us and problem solve with us. And I think that's an important step towards, again, transparency and accountability with the community and the things that we need to do. So I thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit of information with you all, and I look forward to addressing your questions.
Thank you. Hang on for a sec. Director Thornell, you and I met back on, May 8th? And shortly after that, we had a series of questions for you. Why didn't you guys just go ahead and answer our questions rather than referring us to the request for information process, which up until today, we still haven't gotten our answers? So why did you take that route rather than just answering our questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the question. So in those 3 responses, we answered every question that we could answer that wasn't requesting an additional document or an additional packet of information. Right? So we provided, for example, classification histories of individuals, disciplinary information, single numbers, single incident information, all of those different things. In those 3 responses, we spelled those out. The things that we refer to our public records process are all of the packets of information, whether it's monthly metrics or I think in one of the reports it requested death investigation information, other reports that had information in them that needs to be redacted before it can be publicly released. Oftentimes because of restrictions in statute from releasing that information. And that is what we routed to our public records request office. Understanding they received 900 requests, and I'm not embellishing or exaggerating, 900 requests every single month. Now, I will say here, speaking with you directly, should those have been prioritized? Absolutely. Am I apologetic that those were not prioritized? Absolutely. Will I take steps to make sure that doesn't happen in the future? Absolutely.
So in my opinion, I think if, sir, thank you for the answer. If I were you, I would go ahead and you meet with the chair of judiciary. You might as well just include all those packages in there. And maybe if you had done that, we wouldn't be in this room today. That's what I'm trying to say. So let me go on with a few more. Hernandez, I'm going to follow up on you in a second. Hang on. I got a bunch.
So do I.
Yeah. So would it be fair to say that when you were at Maine, the population was around 1,800?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. When I started in Maine, the population was a little above 3,000. When I left Maine, it was roughly, I would say about 1,700, with the reduction due to the pandemic.
Right. Okay. So I did ask you this question, but I just want to make sure this is public. Did you make any adjustment when you moved to Arizona with 35, 40,000 people, with all different racial mix and so on? Did you make any adjustment? You adapt any of your current policy as of Maine and brought them to Arizona? How did you handle that? Did you make any adjustment? That's my main concern.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my answer today remains the answer I gave you when we first met. And the answer to that is yes, I absolutely made adjustments. And I was very clear coming in, not only with the governor upon my immediate going into the position, but with every stakeholder I met with during that first 6 months and year, included many legislators at the time, that I had no intention, and I still have no intention, of bringing the work that we did in Maine to Arizona, for many of the reasons that you just cited. Not only is the Arizona department larger, right? It has a different makeup of inmate populations, right? the culture of Arizona is different. The politics of Arizona are different, capital P and lowercase p, right? The geography, the climate, all of those things, not including the staffing here in Arizona compared to Maine or other parts of the country. And so I absolutely adjusted. What I brought from Maine to Arizona is my knowledge of corrections, the fundamentals of corrections, and how to lead those strategies, those policies, those ideas, and those thought processes into action that I feel works best for the department in the direction that we know it needs to go.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand, is it a philosophical change that you, or is it a policy change? You say you did make change based on the population. So upon arriving in Arizona, were you making philosophical change as well as policy? Philosophical meaning, you know, there's several people that came up and testified that you sort of leaning left. I actually don't know what that means, leaning left or right. You know, you're running a prison, right? So did you have a philosophical change? Should I go a little bit easy, reimagining things, and how does that affect?
Yeah, I'd like to share two things with you, Mr. Chairman, if
Yes,
I could, that I think will get to what you're speaking about. First is the idea of reimagining corrections, which is our vision for the agency. And in every single conversation that I've had regarding reimagining corrections, which we rolled out in the summer of 2023, is simply this. We know that corrections at the time, 2023, you can say 2025, right, is not the same as corrections in 2015, 2005, or any year prior to that, right? Yet coming into this agency, one of the things I found in my first 4 to 6 months in interacting with staff, right, interacting with stakeholders, was everybody felt stuck. Everybody wanted a new sense of direction, wanted some authority to make some new decisions and chart a new course. And so I chose to establish the vision of reimagining corrections because the word reimagine means that we can reconceptualize, we can reconsider, and potentially redefine the work that we're doing. Not being reconceptualized and redefined by me, but by the agency, which is made up of 9,500 staff members of all various ranks, tenures, experiences, and backgrounds. That's the idea of reimagining corrections. Okay. That is one philosophical approach that you could say I've brought, is giving staff and helping staff understand that they have autonomy in approaching correctional situations differently than they might have done 20, 30, 40 years ago, because we might know something works better today than we did back then. The second thing I would say is, and you heard this referenced earlier, is I absolutely have pushed that we need to establish good communication practices and build rapport with our population. Because if we have good communication and we build rapport, it will decrease tension in our prisons and we will have less adverse incidents. And so when you hear things such as power and control versus rapport and communication, I simply use power and control as an example of how corrections has been for the last century. It's a very power and control dynamic, right? Because we have staff in control of the inmate population, and it leads to a natural tension. I talk a lot about rapport and meaningful engagement and communication as a way to break through that tension, because we can't get rid of power and control because somebody is sentenced to prison and is an inmate, and we have staff in charge of them. So that's always going to be there. But we can take steps to break through that tension, and we can do that through good communication and good engagement. And so that absolutely is a philosophical approach that I take to incarceration. It does not matter custody level. It does not matter the state, right? Every state has a power and control dynamic, and every state can achieve different results by how we communicate and how we engage with the population.
So I'm sorry to hog the microphone for a second. I took a lot of notes while everybody else was speaking. So could you address the comment regarding fear to defend themselves? What does that mean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know the conversation where that comment was made. But there were several comments made about staff not being able to use force or me directing staff not to use force. I can tell you that's categorically false. I have never said to anybody in the Department of Corrections, does not matter what their rank is, does not matter what the context of a meeting was, that staff are not to use force. In fact, I say the opposite. When staff are put in a situation where they need to stop an incident from occurring or while it's occurring, they need to absolutely use the level of force that's necessary to stop that interaction, that incident of violence, whatever the case might be. My request of them is to use the appropriate level of force in that situation. And we have varying degrees of what an appropriate level of force is.
So is there a heavy penalty for someone who probably missed that part about appropriate level of force? I mean, how do you penalize those people that actually consider? I mean, to me, level of force is so subjective, right? It depends on I'm not there. I'm not the guy being there having to face the inmates, but that's sort of subjective. So how do you decide to discipline those actions?
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the question. And I want to clarify, it's not me specifically that's responding to those or disciplining those individuals. What happens if use of force occurs right now, reports are written, video documentation and any other evidence from the incident is gathered, right? And it works its way through a use of force review process, which is through the correctional prison operations chain of command, right? And it goes through, it might go through a criminal investigation if there is potentially a criminal act involved in that use of force, maybe by the inmate, maybe by the staff member. It may not go through that route if there's nothing identified. It goes through a series of reviews up through our warden, up through the prison operations administration. If there are findings that the use of force was inappropriate or unnecessary, or there's other issues identified in that, then there's a recommendation made through our internal affairs process, our Office of Professional Standards and Accountability, on any sanction or discipline or retraining that needs to occur with that staff member. But it doesn't happen in every use of force situation. We have dozens and dozens of use of force cases every single month that are all found to be appropriate, all move through that review process, and we might have 1, 2, 3 that are found inappropriate, depends on the month, certainly less than any sort of double digit, and certainly less than any implication that it's happening in any antagonistic way.
Thank you, sir. Representative
To that point,
Hernandez.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Thornell, so to that point, when we're talking about use of force, I would assume that as a director, your job is to ensure that everyone's safety, of course, right? But also, what are the training? Is there a specific training, or I mean, there has to be some sort of protocol or guide as far as what this excessive force would be, correct? Or is it just like I guess I'm trying to understand what that process looks like when we're talking about use of force and who gets to determine whether or not the investigation found that it was excessive or not.
Mr. Chair, Representative, thank you for the question. Absolutely. So there's a number of different guides, all which funnel back to a department order policy about use of force and inmate behavior management, inmate behavior control. And that starts, the training of that starts in our CODA Academy, our Correctional Officer Training Academy, and remains throughout somebody's tenure with the department. And so you receive periodic training on use of force, defensive tactics, other curriculum that really aim towards how to respond in situations. We've recently infused defensive tactics with an additional day of training to our new staff, but also to our ongoing annual training. And we've also coincided that with communications training in that same process. So that absolutely happens. And we also now have built in a level of coaching through that use of force process I mentioned earlier. So if somebody is found to maybe not have appropriately used force, but it doesn't warrant any sort of discipline, we have a coaching process in place so that a supervisor or a trainer or another appropriate individual can take that staff aside and really coach them through whatever they should reconsider in an incident like that.
Mr. Chair and Director Thornell, just to follow up on that, so just to be clear, it is not you telling the folks that work for you that they cannot use force, it's you just reminding them of the policy, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Representative, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator
Thank
Gowan.
you. I have a point, Mr. Director. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we saw that video that occurred up there, and we saw the officer that was being beaten by two guys, what would the appropriate defense be on that? If you have the coaching and stuff, I mean, I don't know if I had the ability. I don't know if they'd still be around, but I want to know what the coaching and the thought is there. Would he have fear that he'd have retribution for defending himself, or what is the highest appropriate manner that he can use in self-defense when it comes to a situation like that?
Mr. Chair, Senator, thank you for bringing that up. First, want to point out, I think Senator Payne might have pointed out, that video occurred 2.5 years prior to my arrival, so I don't know all of the circumstances about that situation. What I would point out is in a situation like that, what appears to be two inmates assaulting an officer with nobody else around, the officer pinned into a corner, the officer at that point should use any tool in their disposal to protect themselves and to get out of that situation. At the time, and I think the video said it was November of 2020, I don't know what tools were available to the staff at that time. Today we have things like OC spray, we have mace, we have protective vests, stab vests that they wear. And so those tools, if they were able to get to them, would be an appropriate response as you're trying to protect yourself from, the unfortunate, which could be a homicide in that case, right? So that's, but I don't know the circumstances of that case. I don't know what that officer had or what led up to that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And I understand that's not, I'm just using that as a recognition of what we saw there that does occur inside the prison. So if I just want to continue this process here of understanding. So, and again, I understand that that's not your time frame. Using that as a tool to get us forward, what happens if that officer in that situation has to defend himself and one of the inmates die from it? I mean, what would your thought be in something like that? Is that where he has the right to do that, or is that too far?
Mr. Chair, Senator, again, appreciate the follow-up question. Again, I don't know the circumstances of that situation or what happened
I just mean,
leading up to
Mr. Chair,
But-
situation of that. Say it occurred tomorrow. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Any situation where a staff member feels like their life could be taken from them, they are justified to use any force necessary to end that situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Payne.
Thank you. Director, do you acknowledge that Arizona and Maine differ significantly in size, inmate demographics, gang activity, et cetera?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. Yes, I do.
Based on that, how would you describe the key differences and challenges between Maine and here?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. The key differences, I would say, aren't necessarily the dynamics of the individual populations or the daily situational things. The key differences are everything that occurs in corrections, whether you have 2,000 or 5,000, is magnified 5 or 10-fold, depending on how high your population goes. So here we have 35,500 individuals. And so everything that we do on a daily basis is magnified exponentially. So it's not that corrections is any different here. It's the size and scope of corrections is different. Just like if we look towards Texas, where they have 120,000, the Texas director and I talk about the exact same correctional issues, just like we do with people who are running small prison environments. It's violence, staffing, budgets, healthcare services, all of these topics. So that's how it's really different here in Arizona. There are other things we've had to adjust. One example, I mentioned climate earlier. Certainly the climate in Maine is drastically different than the climate here in Arizona in all ways that you can imagine. right? And so rather than gearing up for winter weather and all that that brings in the Northeast, here we gear up for summer weather and all that that brings here. And so that's taken a different approach, right? That's taken a different set of policies and practices than what I've experienced in the past. So that would be one example.
Cool. I want to go in a different direction. I want to talk about Ricky Wassenaar. I kind of grown to call him, nickname him Ricky. So if you hear me say that, that's, you know who I'm talking about. I'd like to walk through, can you walk the committee through his history in Arizona prisons, all the way back to his first incarceration back in 1987, and provide specific details on the incidents that occurred in January/February 2004, as well as April 4th of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. So Mr. Wassenaar has a criminal history dating back into the late 1980s. I would suspect that prior to that, he has criminal behavior, potentially even as a juvenile. He's clearly an individual who has violent tendencies, misbehaves, is assaultive, all the way up to, now we know, homicidal. He was been incarcerated in and out of time, robberies, property crimes, aggravated assaults, and so forth. Leading up to 2004, he was housed at the Lewis Prison Complex. At that time, in 2004, he and another inmate, I think you heard his name earlier, inmate Coy, excuse me.
Stephen Coy.
Thank you. Took two staff members hostage, started out in the kitchen area of the prison unit, and eventually made their way to the tower out in the middle of the recreation yard. They were able to show an ID and had a correctional officer uniform on in order to gain entrance into the tower, and they proceeded to have a 15-day hostage standoff, longest hostage situation, longest standoff in the U.S. Following that, as again you heard, he was classified as maximum custody for a period of time and then sent out of state. There's differing stories on why he was sent out of state, all of the different states he went to. I know you heard he was in New Mexico, but he also is in other states, some in on the East Coast, before he made his way back here in 2018. I can tell you here today, we don't have records of his behavior other than what's received from those states during his time out of state. The requirement is that they send a 6-month progress report through the interstate compact process. I don't know how that was managed or handled at the time, but we know he was out of state and came back here in 2018, at which time he was put back into maximum custody classification, and he remained there in max custody until March of 2024, at which time he was moved. He was actually overridden from medium custody to close custody, because about for the last I'll safely say 4 years of his time in Arizona, the classification instrument actually recommended him to be medium custody, not close custody and not max custody. And so that you will hopefully see in the records that you receive.
I do see it.
And so in March of 2023, it was proposed to move him out. The recommendation from the unit team was to move him out to close custody at that time, overriding him from medium custody to close custody. At that time, the decision was to not move him out. I believe the request was made that more engagement with staff members regarding his movement, a discussion of what that move would look like if he did release from max custody to close custody, all the things that we should have in place in order for that to be able to happen, and to reconsider in another year. And so that was reconsidered a year later, March of 2024. The recommendation from the unit team, again, was to override him from medium to close custody. All of those other steps that they had proposed and recommended across the last year were completed. His behavior matched the expectations of that period of time. And so he was moved into a single cell at Reining unit at the Iman Prison Complex. He was moved into a single cell because that was part of his transition plan out of max custody. That was part of the process of transitioning him from a solitary confinement, max custody placement, out into close custody general population. He didn't want a roommate right away, and we obliged and did not give him a roommate right away. We talked with him throughout that process, including after his move, that at some point you are going to have to get a roommate. That's part of living out in general population, including in close custody, which he acknowledged. We have documentation of that. He acknowledged that. He existed at Reimagining unit until November of 2024. And in the months of October and November, we did population moves around the state in order to concentrate our gang population in one unit to more effectively manage our active gang members in one unit, and to also deal with some other medium custody housing issues that we were having. And so we did a pretty widespread inmate movement plan across the state. And the population that was at Reimagining unit at the time, which was a close custody sex offender population, which is where Mr. Wassenaar was, moved to another close custody unit, which was the Cimarron unit at ASPC Tucson. And so he moved there in November, November 4th. And if I may, Mr. Chair, you didn't ask this question, but I'd like to talk about that day that he moved in and the DeSisto homicide that you heard about earlier. What's been called a homicide by Ms. Ham anyway, if you would be okay with that.
Please.
So he arrived at Cimarron unit during all of these inmate moves, and he was put into the cell with Mr. DeSisto. We don't have documentation from the staff that were there. All that we've heard today is Mr. Wassenaar's claim that he resisted, he refused, he put up a fight. Mr. DeSisto did not want to go into that room. There is no evidence of that occurring. The two were housed together. Mr. DeSisto was an elderly individual, had several underlying chronic health conditions, right? And he experienced cardiac arrest. And actually in that moment, Mr. Wassenaar is the one who got the attention of staff to come and render medical aid to Mr. DeSisto. Mr. Wassenaar is the one that got staff's attention to come and render aid. And so staff came and rendered aid. EMS was called, came on site, took Mr. DeSisto off. Mr. Wassenaar was appropriately placed in detention until we knew what was going on, so we could immediately investigate if there was a crime scene there or not, right? And he was moved there. Mr. DeSisto was pronounced deceased. Our investigation revealed that Mr. Wassenaar did not have an active role in killing Mr. DeSisto. There was no evidence pointing to that at all. And at the moment, Mr. Wassenaar wasn't even saying anything to us about that. So he was moved back into that close custody cell. Now, the autopsy that you heard about does say undetermined on it. And it also indicates that it's undetermined because of Mr. Wassenaar's statements. We've learned that from the medical examiner's office because they have to consider that in what their finding is, right? But we've also heard from the county attorney's office that they agree that it wasn't a homicide, that there's not a criminal case attached to that. And they recognize that Mr. DeSisto unfortunately passed away due to his health episode, not a homicide by Mr. Wassenaar.
Mr. Chair. Director Thornell. Mr. DeSisto passed away the very same day that Ricky, as you call him, was moved into the cell. Is that true?
Mr. Chair, Representative, thank you for the question. He passed away the same day they were both moved. The entire population was moving into that housing unit, not just Mr. Wassenaar or not just Mr. DeSisto. They were all moved into that housing unit together. So they arrived there on the same day.
Mr. Chair, Director Thornell, why do you suppose Wassenaar would claim to have murdered DeSisto if he did not?
Mr. Chair. Representative, that's a great question. But I think Mr. Wassenaar has shown repeatedly, especially in the last several months, that he wants to get as much credit, fame, and claim as he can. And so he takes every opportunity to do that with whoever will listen to him, whoever will give him time. That's what he does. That's his MO. I can't explain it. I don't think any of us will ever be able to explain it, but that's who Mr. Wassenaar is.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think you suggested that the autopsy listed undetermined cause of death because the medical people listened to Wassenaar's statements. Does that mean that they interviewed him or something?
Mr. Chair, Representative, that's because we turn over all of our information to them as they're going through the autopsy process. And so that's run outside of our agency. It's at the county medical examiner's office, but they take that entire file related to an individual's death that would include statements like that if we had it at the time.
yeah, Mr. Chair, I suppose, but it seemed to be credible to Ms. Ham, his statement, so I just wonder why, but she's not testifying, so it's okay.
Well, yeah, I can bring her back up.
Hang on.
I want to ask her a question.
Yeah, Director Thornell, I want to go back to New Mexico, and I want to go back to the day that you and I sat in front of each other and talked. So when Wassenaar moved from New Mexico to Arizona, were you able to acquire disciplinary records from New Mexico so that you can get an idea of who Wassenaar really is? Were you able to get that record, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I personally have not seen those records. That was back in 2018. If they're in our system, they would be in our system, but any lookup that we did in our review about his out-of-state time, I did not have any records made available to
So
me.
yeah, so I'm gonna take that answer into considerations, but I do want to ask you this. I remember asking you a question, if you were aware of what's happening with Wassenaar when he was in New Mexico, and your reply to me was he has a minor infraction. And just so you know, about 15-20 minutes after you and I finished our meeting, I asked one of the staff members to contact New Mexico Corrections, and they solidly said, and they actually sent us an image of a graphic of solid 8 major infractions, and they were all verified. So I'm just wondering if somehow your department missed that, or they didn't communicate to you. And so now we have an answer that it says that it's a minor infraction compared to 8 major infractions. So I want to know if you were not aware of it, or you didn't get a record, or somehow something is not jiving.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you for that. I'm not aware of that record existing or being provided to us, so I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, so
I
just
appreciate
so you know
bringing it to
now,
my
there
attention.
are 8 major infractions prior to him moving to Arizona.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's really concerning if your department didn't get it.
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, on the issue of the heart attack and whether it was heart attack or strangulation or what have you, were there no cameras around in the cell units?
Mr. Chair, Senator, thank you for the question. We do not have cameras in our cells. We have cameras in our housing day room spaces that look out to the cell fronts, but very few what we call camera cells that are reserved for typically for mental health watches or things in certain prison units. But in our general population areas, all of our cameras are in the day room spaces looking at the door fronts, if that makes sense.
I understand.
So you can't see in behind those doors.
And Mr. Chair, can you tell me why we wouldn't have them in the cells?
Yeah, Mr.
Director?
Chair, Senator, yeah, it's a great question. It often comes down to resources. Wiring cameras into cells is, number one, extremely resource intensive financially, but also prisons were not designed for wiring into cells of camera technology. But also there's a lot of privacy rules around what happens in a cell. There's Prison Rape Elimination Act rules from the federal government about what you can and can't see in a cell, and all of those different things are factored in. But by and large, most prison cells across the country do not have cameras in them for those reasons.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. So you're saying a federal act prevents us from putting in cameras within, other than the price of what it would cost?
Mr. Chair, Senator, that's one factor that goes into it. So the Prison Rape Elimination Act says unless there's a safety and security issue in that moment, we cannot watch an inmate use the toilet, for example, right? And so their toilets are in their cells, right? And so in the areas where we have cameras in cell, like a mental health watch area, we have to go in and you actually physically have to block out that area so it can't be viewed, right? And so there's standards like that. through the Prison Rape Elimination Act that we take into account. There's a variety of other factors, as I mentioned, resources and otherwise, but that's one factor we take into account.
So, Mr. Chair, Director, on that, I know I'm getting in the little weeds, but I just want to know, because I believe in federalism, so I just want to know, and I'm driving towards that, is there money involved here that the federal government has that we receive as a department that forces us into that federal act?
Mr. Chair, related to Prison Rape Elimination Act, it is required by the federal government if you continue to receive federal funds through grants and other means, right? And so if you're not PREA certified as a department, they take a portion of that federal grant money away from you as a state.
Okay, I understand that. And then one last question, if I might.
Yes, please.
Oh, yes. One of the chairs. Mr. Director, on going back to Wassenaar, and us knowing his previous history, I mean, it's us knowing, we don't need to know what he did in another state, but literally here, personally, I'm fascinated that he was moved out of Iman. And we still classify 5 and 4s at Iman, right?
Mr. Chair, yes, Senator, that's correct.
So Mr. Chair, Director, I'd like to, when we get to it at some point, I would like to question how we moved out of Iman all the way into a medium range. It just seems strange because of his previous history, especially in our own state, of when he did take those hostages and the brutal beatings and rapes that he did there, just doesn't mesh together. Even for the rest of his life, I would think he should be sitting somewhere in Iman, not capable of getting out and, well, in fact, doing what he did. But, I mean, you never know what happens in the future of people, but certainly under that position, it just, in my mind, just seems strange that he would have fallen through some cracks there. So that's where I'm really interested in why I asked to sit here, is understanding of that reason alone. And I would hope, if there are others out there that are in that boat, that you've reeled them back and sent them back to where they truly should be. And I think that's what we want to learn here.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
Please.
Yes, so thank you, number one. And what I would say, I would give you two responses, because there's kind of two comments or questions in there. One is classification instruments largely, they have specific factors that go into classifying somebody, instant offense, behavior, discipline, all of those different things. But one of the most significant factors is time, and the amount of time that lapses. And so when you look at a situation like Mr. Wassenaar's, right, and him being out of state as well, does not help the fact that what information we have may not be a complete record, as as Representative Nguyen pointed out with New Mexico records, right? But the period of time is really what drives some of those recommendations from a max down to a close, or all the way down to a medium in a case like Mr. Wassenaar's, because of the amount of time that occurred. Your second comment, more so about managing to a medium custody, or housing them at Iman or what have you. Those factors are at play, right? He wasn't moved into a medium custody environment. He was moved into a close custody, a very structured environment, which is our highest risk level for general population. And so that's just another factor that's taken into consideration when that's reviewed. We've also done a full review of anybody else who might fit into that sort of category, right, to your last point, and made determinations about where they're at. If they're appropriate where they're at, move them back. If they're not appropriate where they're at, we completed that process as well.
Mr. Chairman?
So if I might finish my point. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Director. Yeah, it's been, I've been here since '09. I've been in the public safety sector of this. I vice chaired the Military Affairs Public Safety, and then chaired it after, and then so on and so on, been in line and understand a lot. the thing that gets me is going from 5.4 down into anywhere that's below the 4, and that would be Iman, at least in my understanding. Iman is where you hold those, and if you want to move down to 4, okay, give them a little more freedom of some sort, what have you. But a guy like this, and there are plenty in there that I've seen others, like you would never, like the guy with the horns that tattoos on his head. You know, I cannot tell you his name, but I certainly remember him and recall him, and I know he's sitting in the prison system. You would never release down into those areas, and I think an evaluation probably would have showed you that he's still in that realm of what he did, he would go do again. So, again, I'm just stating an issue of understanding the prison system a little bit. You guys understand a lot more than I do. But out here in the world, when you know the different factors of 5 to 1, getting him out of the Iman situation just seems strange. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Carter.
Director, I think you testified that under the applicable Arizona standards, he was supposed to be at medium custody, but we chose instead to elevate that to close. Is that true?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct, Representative. He was overridden from medium custody to close custody.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to state that if you forcibly take prison personnel as hostages, any kind of classification system that asserts that you're at medium custody thereafter is a failure, is not an appropriate classification system, and it needs to be changed. And I have a report here from a nonprofit institution that looked into some of these murders, and it says under their summary of critical policy and legal violations, the number one thing is reckless inmate classification. It says the March 2024 decision to reduce Wassenaar's custody level from maximum to close was a gross misapplication of Department Order 801 inmate classification. This decision inexplicably prioritized a short period of behavioral compliance over Wassenaar's extensive and violent criminal history, which includes 16 life sentences for prolonged and violent hostage crisis. I wonder how you would reply to that.
Mr. Chair, I haven't seen that report, so I don't have all of the context behind the report. But what I can tell you is the application of our classification policy is the same application of the classification policy that you would find on Mr. Wassenaar's record dating years back. It's not, again, Ryan Thornell did not come in and change the classification policy or process, right? A lot of people claim that I came in and changed the classification policy and process. I did not do that, right? What we did here is followed the classification policy and process. It's been in place for, I think, more than 15 years, maybe even more than that. In fact, we brought together a team starting in April 23 to dig into the classification process because of how old it is and how outdated it is. We haven't reached any final conclusions of that work because it is so complicated. But what happened here is that policy was followed, and the unit team made a recommendation, as they had previously, because it was medium custody and it needed to be overridden. Instead of recommending it be overridden to max custody, they made the recommendation that it be overridden to close custody.
And so to that point, though, if somebody has committed such a crazy crimes, getting 16 lives and taking people hostage, would you not be able to, as the director of corrections says, this doesn't sound right, I need to make an adjustment here, rather than accepting the policy and say, well, this guy is going to be medium custody? Don't you have the ability to do that and say, this is not right? I mean, the ability to override?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have that ability.
So why didn't you take that particular individual into consideration and say lock him up permanently somewhere in the dark?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Because I know the classification process, and I know what's expected of individuals, and I know what the guidance is around long-term solitary confinement and restrictive housing practices. And Mr. Wassenaar had gone a lengthy period of time, several years, without infractions, without outward negative behavior, interacting with his unit team as he did. And I acted on their recommendations. I supported their decision that was put in place, and he moved down to close custody. Right? Based upon the process of classification, housing, and ongoing time. We heard earlier that individuals with death sentences at one time were not allowed out of max custody because they received a death sentence. They had killed somebody in the community to receive that sentence. And I think it was in 2019, the decision was made that those individuals should be overridden and classified to close custody because periods of time went by where their behaviors were more appropriate for close custody. They exist in close custody today. So decisions like that are made, whether based upon individual circumstances or based upon population circumstances. And in this case, that is what the recommendation was, based upon the policy.
To that point.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, thank you for being here today. I think these lines of questions are all pertinent. I appreciate everybody's perspective. Lots of good information being exchanged here. But for me, and this situation does warrant this hearing. I'm glad to be here. But it comes down to the fact that it sounds like closed custody is not a place, maximum custody is not a place where human beings are supposed to be kept for the rest of their lives. It is against our U.S. Constitution to, as our chair said, lock them up in the dark for years, permanently in the dark, which I think I understand that. Yeah, that's a normal human
That's my
reaction.
personal opinion, and I stand by that, ma'am.
Yes, and I think it's a lot of people feel that same way, but that feeling, lock them up permanently in the dark, is not constitutional, I think, is what we're up against here. And I think that's what needs to be lifted up so that we can have a prison system that follows the Constitution and still respects people's feelings, which are valid.
And to that point, why do you think we're here today, Senator Epstein? We're here today because something failed, people died. And so I would rather be them alive, locked up somewhere, than dead in a prison ground.
Can I, to that point, if I might, Mr. Chair? To that point, I mean, I have different views of the Constitution myself, too, so I think it's an interpretation. And I know what you're leading to, cruel and unusual punishment, but what is that compared to the 1600s and the 1700s when the Constitution was put together? So what they meant is don't tar and feather and strip people of their skin, things like that. That's not cruel and unusual as we take care of people. I mean, we're taking care of this man, and then he goes out and murders again. So it's a lot different when you're thinking about attitudes within who these criminals are. We're not talking about personally locking into a dark cage. Just if you've been to Iman, they have their own personal space, their own personal cell. Guys like that should be put in those and left into there, and when they go and get their meals, they get their meals, but they go back and live their sentence out. That's just my personal view. But that is constitutional to me, so I'm throwing that out, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I finish, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think that Senator Gowan has made another, also a good point. But I think that the question before us today is somewhere, perhaps the people in this room would like to debate whether or not it is constitutional to lock somebody up permanently in the dark. And is that cruel and unusual punishment? But for the time being, we're operating on, and this is my question for you, Director. As I understand it, there is a court ruling of some sort that said keeping somebody locked up permanently in the dark or maximum custody is not intended to be a permanent situation. And therefore, the Arizona Department of Corrections is under court order to move some of those people out of maximum security. And so you followed a process to move out those who could be moved out. And so what I'm getting at is this body needs to separate the debate of whether or not this is cruel and inhuman punishments from, is this a failure of leadership? And what I'm hearing is the leadership is following all the laws and appropriate procedures, but perhaps some of the folks in this room do not agree with the way the Constitution has been interpreted. So, Director, the question here is, can you tell me a little bit about the ruling and the authority by which you are compelled to move some of these people out of permanently being in the dark, out of maximum custody? What is the ruling? Can you explain that a little more?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for the question. So I'd like to share a few different things. First, to the ruling, I think you're referring to Jensen v. what's now known as Jensen v. Thornell, was originally Parsons v. Ryan when it first started with the agency. And yes, there is a federal court injunction that has a piece to it around what's called our subclass population. Those that are in a restrictive housing or solitary sort of environment fits into that subclass. And the injunction requires us to do certain things, which includes review their cases every 30 days, review their cases every 60 days, and make recommendations for what they need to do in order to progress out of that setting and out into close custody or general population. So yes, that's absolutely at play. But really, the industry standard in this area started before that. And so that's why I said two different things. Yes, the Jensen v. Thornell requirements from the federal court are at play, and they guide a lot of what we do in this regard. But I believe it was in 2012, maybe 2015, I'd have to verify, but the Department of Justice undertook a significant study related to restrictive housing, solitary confinement practices, and put out what they call guiding principles for all states to work towards complying with, abiding, adapting to. And in those guiding principles, one of the underlying guiding principles was, and still is today, that this sort of placement is not meant to be long-term or indefinite. And you are supposed to establish a progression for individuals in that placement to be able to follow, to work towards an appropriate general population housing environment. And in our case, that would be a close custody environment because that's our highest risk general population environment. So yes, we follow Jensen v. Thornell, and we're working very hard to comply with the federal court requirements of us, but we also are following guidelines from the Department of Justice and bodies like that on this subject as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I'm hearing that you recognize that and have taken action, that 3 people being murdered was horrific, terrible, required action. And you've described the actions you've taken to avoid that problem in the future, to prevent it. And to not only that, but to look at the whole procedure with a microscope, if you will. And so the process is in place for you to look at this one situation through investigation and through internal affairs, both ways. And the process is in place for you to say, are these procedures that were there long before you got there, are they adequate? What kind of safeguards should you add to these procedures that other directors put into place? It sounds to me like you're taking a very thorough approach to this tragic incident, this bad situation. Along the way, we've heard an awful lot about how staffing is inadequate, and that's on us. I think that's on the legislature for not providing the budget and the money that is needed to provide appropriate staffing to keep our staffing safe. But I'm just not, this is turning into a comment, I'm just not seeing any kind of a failure of leadership. I've heard from a handful of people out of the 9,500 employees in the prison system. A few came forward, and each of those few might represent 10 or 15 or who knows how many more. But you also have many staff members who are very glad for the direction that you're going, and I would love to hear more from them. So I guess my final comment is that, change can be good, and improvements were definitely needed. We had two past directors that definitely needed to be shaken up. We had some very big problems in our prisons, as we continue now to have some problems. You are trying to address them. I appreciate that. If you have any further comments from employees who would like to speak up about things that are working, I will be very glad to hear it. Our Jude chair has asked for reports. I would love to hear any reports that explain how you're applying modern practices to Arizona's prison system. I welcome getting that information as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Director Thornell, here's the beauty of technology. I get messages just throughout the entire hearing. So one of the messages that came through was from your employees watching right now. Seth, I'm just going to read exactly verbatimly, okay? Thornell argues that people are grieving his policies are in the minority, but I'm over here watching with staff, and all staff are in agreement with everyone who spoke before Thornell. He is in denial, and that makes him and his policy even more dangerous. So how do you respond to that? I don't know if this is one person sitting with 5 people or 3 people sitting with 400. I don't know. So I'm just reading that to you, and so I just want you to comment on that comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment back to that would be to that individual employee would be, please come and share your concerns with me. There's numerous avenues to share concerns with me. And if they don't want to do it with their name on it, we have routes to do that anonymously. And every comment, question, concern that I hear from staff, whether it's in person, via telephone, text message, or email, gets a response from me. It's not a retaliation. It's not anything negative. Oftentimes, it sparks more conversation and more ideas, right? And so that would be my response. I would encourage that individual to not text message you, but to text message me and share those concerns so we can talk about their concerns.
And maybe we can revolve back to the fear question earlier. Why they didn't text you directly, but they text me, so, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree. We should ask that question because I hear from hundreds of staff members who reach out to me with questions, concerns, comments, positive feedback, negative feedback, and they don't have fear. And they reach out to me regularly. They approach me when I tour.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Kind of related to that point, we received testimony today that there are people at high levels who have been promoted without any yard experience, like lawyers and the like. I think the charge that's been leveled at you is that those are political elevations and not based on merit. And how would you answer that?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Representative, for the question. Thank you for the question. I would argue back to that they absolutely were based upon merit. Not necessarily merit of walking a prison yard, but running prisons is much more than just walking prison yards. Running prisons is about having sound practices, practices of accountability, practices of follow-through, practices of team building, practices of treatment services, healthcare services, work opportunities, in addition to safety and security and recruitment and the other things that we've mentioned. And so I would argue and defend every single leadership appointment that I've made under my tenure as fitting every one of those bills, whether or not they've walked a prison yard, whether or not they were a warden or not, because their track record, including their track record while they're in the seats that they're in right now, demonstrates that. And again, when they're walking our prison yards, when they're interacting with our staff, the staff are thanking them for the work that they're doing. The staff are coming up to their offices and talking with them about the work that's happening. What do I need to do to promote, right? I'm all on board with the direction we're going. I like it. Thank you. They join me in town halls that we do across the state. So it's not just about having experience walking a prison yard. It's a whole host of complex experiences that make a prison system well run.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
This just as a follow-up. We have some documentation here on exit interviews, employees who have left, and It looks from the exit interviews that it doesn't support what you just told us, because it looks like people are leaving and they're citing, well, if I could have a moment, I'll bring it up, unless you're going to bring it up as a slide.
Do you want to bring up a slide?
This is from, are we bringing these up as slides? It's from the Department of Corrections itself.
Not that one, no. Go ahead.
So we have personnel, this is from the Department of Corrections actually, it was provided to us. Personnel employee exit interview, top reasons for resignations. Now, the top reason is actually that they weren't available for an interview. So they resigned without notice or something. Then it says employment opportunity is the second one. Personal reasons, and then security and safety concerns, which ranks above pay and work hours. So it sounds like there's a number of staff that are leaving for security and safety concerns, and I'm presuming aren't happy with the job there.
Mr. Chair, may I ask how many responses were in that data that you just shared?
So tiny, let me zoom in. This is from April 1st of 2025 to April 30th of 2025. And it looks like the total is, so if I do some quick math here. 40, looks like it's 45. So I guess it's 45 that resigned in that 1 month period who answered, I guess.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and how many left because of safety and security reasons? Are you saying, was that 45? Because we don't have that many resignations
No.
in a month.
So it looks like we've got 16 not available for interview, 14 for an employment opportunity, 7 for personal reasons, 3 for security safety concerns, 2 for pay, 2 for other, and 1 for work hours.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, it's 3 out of 45 that cited safety and security concerns. Less than 10% of who's leaving our agency is saying that they're leaving for those reasons. By and large, they're leaving for other employment reasons, which is what we hear. We also know, as I think you heard earlier, maybe from Ms. Ibarra, they're leaving because of retirement, right? We knew coming into July 1st of this year that we were going to have a retirement issue because a 20% pay increase was implemented 3 years previously. And under our retirement rules, they get their high threes based upon that 20%. And once they hit that 3-year mark, if they don't receive another pay increase, it doesn't positively impact their retirement. And so we knew we were going to have people leave as well. And we expect that to be happening.
But Mr. Chairs, I believe that we gave them a 5% pay increase this year. Is that not correct?
No.
We didn't. Okay.
No.
I stand corrected.
We gave them a stipend this year.
Okay.
And only for the correctional staff.
Go ahead.
If I might ask
I'm gonna
on
ask a
that
question
point,
eventually.
since you're going towards that, are you going to ask a question?
No, go ahead, ask
All right,
away.
thank you.
I'm patiently waiting.
I mean, I will wait for the chair if he chooses. So, on this questioning here, and I'm glad you opened up that can of worms, as we'd say. What, in your opinion, the department's opinion, on the salary side compared to the pension side, or both, and or with the new, I should say, Tier 3 pension, which is there is none. So, are those factors in those employees that are under the new tier not retaining their employment, in your opinion?
Mr. Chair, if I may, yes, it absolutely is a factor that they consider, and it's something that we do hear from them upon exit is the retirement plan. We know the industry long has a history of defined benefit pensions, and our new officers coming in are under a 401A with a 3-year vested period. And we know that that contributes to them being able to more easily pick up and leave. So absolutely it's a factor alongside pay, but I will tell you retirement benefits is one thing we hear a lot about as a concern.
If I might, Mr. Chair, or
Yes,
chairs,
go ahead.
Mr. Chair, whatever. I don't know how to do this. 2 chairs behind me. It's a little frightening. But would you mind getting a report? Maybe, to us, my office, something where I can see the new, I'm talking tier 3. I get 1 and 2s, they're going to stay and get their pension. But the 3, what you're seeing ups and downs might be, I would really like to see the what's coming of that. I can only imagine that we're not seeing the employment that we'd had seen in the past when there was a pension system going. So I'd like to see that. If you can get with Mr. Baggs over there, he really can help in that effort. You good with that, Mr. Chair?
He's shaking his head yes.
Okay, good. I just want an acknowledgement from the chairman that his head was shaking, yes. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
To the point.
To the point.
Mr. Chair, to that point, I believe for staff, or for you even, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we've been told that the correction officers are the only ones in law enforcement that are not currently in the pension system. So if you sign up to start working and you're a newer person, you're one of the only ones that does not qualify for the state pension system. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. Any new corrections officers or detention officers in the county jails fit into that same category.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Director, earlier you said that you hadn't made any changes to the 801 policies, moving them up or down?
Mr. Chair, we've absolutely made some changes to the policies, not to the classification process, is what I said. The policies have been revised, absolutely.
Yes, okay. Because you wrote to me that you have definitely made changes to department policies, working diligently with, to align them with modern correctional practices focused on safety, security, rehabilitation. So you said that you have made policy changes. It says a number of policy changes governing inmate classification and maximum custody have been made. So yeah, you definitely made, according to this document that you wrote to me directly, you have made all these changes. The what I'm wondering, I want to go back to Ricky. I got left out a long time ago. People were asking questions, so it may seem like it's from a long time ago, because it is. Ricky was made all these assessments on the 14th. The letter from Donna Ham, the email, how he had laid in front of the door, and he insisted that he killed these people. At some point, you heard those things. I'm wondering why wasn't at that point, why wasn't he put on some sort of a watch or something where you're looking at his stability in his mind, you know? So he should have gone into some sort of a detention or something while he was awaiting. He should not have been left in close custody, in my opinion. After making those kinds of statements, it seems like he had a problem loose in his head.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the question, Senator. And a little bit of this was covered while you were out, but I'll cover in terms of the day that incident occurred with Mr. DeSesto. Mr. Wassenaar did not lay in front of the door. He did not impede entry into the cell.
I want to stop you there. It's not my point whether he did or did not. He claimed to have, and you heard about that. So why didn't you act on his claims and say, hey, you've got a problem. We're going to put you in here and assess you.
Mr. Chair, we have processes for that. We have staff interviewing him. We have staff that sit down with him. And all of those things happened, whether it was our criminal investigations unit, our special securities unit, our case management staff on the unit. There's engagement with Mr. Wassenaar immediately following that incident, immediately following his commentary. So those things happen. But no, we did not remove him from that close custody environment to a maximum custody environment. We have other processes for gauging somebody's ability to stay or go.
What are they? What are those processes?
The things that I just mentioned, our criminal
Can we see
investigators.
them? Can we see the results?
You can see the results of investigations, absolutely.
Okay. I'm waiting. When can I see them?
Mr. Chair, They'll be
I'm
released.
a chair, you can talk to me.
I apologize. He's been answering most of my questions in the room, so thank you. They'll be released. They're at the county attorney's office right now for prosecution. And so that's where all the investigative materials are. And releasing them publicly will inhibit prosecution, and we cannot do that. And so that is where all of the Ricky Wassenaar documentation sits right now, is with the county attorney's office awaiting prosecution. It is not within our agency at this point. It has all been turned over to them.
Okay. You done?
Yep.
I got a quick question.
Not satisfied, but I'm done.
I'm actually hearing just about every word you said, Director, and thank you for that. You know, with Ricky Wassenaar, you said that there's an interviewing process. You interviewed a guy. You had a lot of conversation with this particular individual.
You're up next.
But when I was listening to Mr. Scott and Mr. Swift, they're both 30-year employees, and you have every right not to talk to them. But I'm wondering why Wassenaar gets those interviews or got those interviews. But Mr. Scott and Mr. Swift, after 30 years of service, they just said that they had no reason. They had no interview. No one talked to them, right? They would just let go. So personally, if I were working for you and you fired me, how can I be a better employee for the next person if you don't explain to me what I did wrong in the case of Mr. Swift and Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, I was not in those interviews in terms of the day that they were let go. However, I can tell you that there were conversations with them. There was information shared with them. I'm not going to go into the situations. I'm not.
You don't have to review the HR
talk
situation
anything
at all. I'm not
specifically
asking you to
about those
review HR
individuals.
problems.
But I can tell you that conversations do happen. Those conversations do happen. And our individual employees know why decisions are made related to investigations, related to hiring, terminations, and everything in between.
Okay. So, Director Thornell, what you're saying is they do know why they were giving the option of either retire or be terminated. You're saying that they do know why.
Mr. Chair, I can say that to the two employees that you mentioned, I can say that to Mr. Scott. I've never crossed paths with Mr. Swift until he came up here and testified today. So, but I can say that about Mr. Scott. I don't know the circumstances of Mr. Swift's departure from the agency.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we received testimony from Warden Ibarra that there was a murder at IMN and that some weeks later she was let go. But I'm interested in the fact that there was a triple homicide by Wassenaar at his facility, and the testimony is that the warden there was promoted. Is that true?
Mr. Chairs, yes, that's true.
So, Mr. Chairs, we further received testimony that he was promoted the very day of the murders.
Mr. Chairs, his promotion was actually several weeks prior to that. The official announcement was done the morning of, is when it was sent out to the department, not coinciding with the homicides, having nothing to do with that. But the decision and the knowledge of his promotion was well in place. In fact, he had been acting in that capacity weeks prior to the homicide.
Mr. Chair, was that decision ever reviewed in light of the triple homicide under his guidance and control of the facility?
Mr. Chairs, yes, it was reviewed. In fact, it was reviewed that day, and it was reviewed in the weeks following it. And it was reviewed in conjunction with the investigation and what the investigation revealed. I can tell you that the investigation and the circumstances that led to the Ricky Wassenaar homicides and the issues and things that we've identified are nothing comparable to the homicide that we saw the day at Reimagining unit. They're completely different circumstances, completely different investigations, completely different findings related to both leadership, staff actions, and inmate actions. And so to be able to sit here and compare the two would not be fair to the two circumstances or any of the individuals involved.
Mr. Chair, does one of your slides that's coming up deal with inmate homicides over the various years? Is that information that we're going to see later?
Yep. Over the last couple of years, yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, it seems to me that there's no greater failure in a prison for an inmate homicide other than perhaps a full-scale riot. and to have a triple homicide, you might count as one count in a sense, but using the director's numbers, there are 9 in the space of a year. So
His year is measured different from ours. He's using calendar year, we're using fiscal year.
Either way, I think it's a factor of 3 from the highest year in the last 10 years, but your slide will show that, I think.
Yes, it does.
So for me, the problem really is we can talk about policies and we can talk about what we're doing. There's always been violence in prisons. What some of you may not know, maybe Warden Ibarra knows, is that if you go upstairs in this very building in my office, you'll find a 5-year volunteer certificate from Iman, because I volunteered with my church in the prisons and I go in all the time. And there was a chaplain miser who was stabbed in 2021 or 2022. I see some nodding. And that was before the director's tenure. So I don't want anybody here to think that we don't appreciate the prison employees, or that it's not a tough job, or that there aren't these mishaps that happen under whatever kind of leadership. That's true. And we can talk about policies and things, but when there's 9 murders, it seems to me that just shows some kind of failure somewhere, and we have to get to the bottom of it one way or another. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I just...
So, Director I'm sorry,
we're attempting to
are
do.
you done?
Yeah.
So, Director Thornell, would you say that staffing is probably one of the more critical point of why all of these things are happening?
Mr. Chair, I would absolutely say that staffing is a concern and an issue and contributes to all of these different things that we're talking about today.
Okay, so I'm just trying to be as logical as possible. So staffing has gotten better, right? So you did mention from whatever 1,000 to 900 and something.
1,500.
And yeah, 1,500 to 900 and something. And also in your previous statement, you said something about unfilled position of the prison from 30% down to 8.59%. One would expect things to be better and not worse. So I'm just, okay, I'm done. Could you respond to that?
Yes, thank you. I agree with you that in our prisons where our staffing levels are much better, we are seeing better results. The prison that I made reference to specifically was Lewis Prison, with the numbers that the 34% down to the just under 9%. But we also know that our 2 prisons that are hit the hardest with staffing issues are ASPC Tucson and ASPC Iman. Tucson, we have started making progress. They reached about a 26% vacancy rate. They're down now to about 24%. Iman hovers in the low 20s. I think roughly 23 to 24% vacancy rate. And so those are the 2 prisons that are hit the hardest with staffing issues on a daily basis. We are devoting every resource we have to improving their staffing levels, but they are not having the same success as Lewis, Perryville, Yuma, Douglas, who pull from a little bit of a different geography of potential employees. Florence and Tucson are 2 very difficult markets to hire into, and so we have staffing challenges in those locations.
So Chair, it's because no one wants to live in Florence. Sorry, it's where I'm from.
No worries. Just, another quick one.
Taking all the employees.
Another quick one I have is
because they pay better.
so we have 9 people killed,
11.
11 people, 12 people, whatever the number might be. Is it the result of classification being kept high, but being moved down to a lower security environment? Is that a main factor? Is that one of the factors? And if that's one of the factors, I want to know, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to move someone from a higher classification down to a lower security area environment where they stay, knowing that, you could have violent problems, potential problems?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. There's a variety of reasons that contributed to the 9, 10, or 11 homicides, depending on how we calculate the year. Classification, certainly, we could argue, is one of those factors. amongst a host of other factors, right? So, you know, I get asked the question, if you could go back in time, would you have Ricky Wassenaar move to a close custody unit? And my answer always is, hindsight's always 20/20, right? Hindsight's 20/20. Does that mean that the entire classification process failed? Or does that mean that the individual aspect of the classification process failed? And I would argue in this case, the individual application of the classification process to Mr. Wassenaar is what we focus on. When we do our reviews, that's what we focus on. What individual information is being looked at, what concerns should be raised from that, and then what are the steps to mitigate whatever movement plan might be proposed to keep them where they're at. The individual component of the classification process, not the overall classification process that we have in place. But that's one factor, along with staffing, along with illicit drug use, along with other complex factors that contribute to the homicides.
We're a long ways.
Thank you, sir.
You got Hernandez.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can we get back on track?
Mr. Chair and Director, I want to take us in a bit of a different direction. I know that we're going on about this for some
You got a
time,
question,
but
Doctor?
I did have a question earlier, and I just wanted to go back to it. When you first started speaking, you mentioned the work that you were all doing to decrease the contraband coming into the facilities and all of that. So we were given this document when we started earlier today. And it includes some pictures of social media from an individual who's a part of who's in custody in Tucson. And I really just, it took me less than a minute to find the Instagram of this individual and how active they are of documenting the day-to-day at the prison. And I just really wanted to know, one, what are the steps that you're all taking currently to prevent this type of contraband from being available to the prisoners, but also what if anything is being done with reports coming from like this individual, right? So if this organization has already reported it, what are the steps and how is that being addressed? Because I did go through the social media when we first started, and truthfully, I was a bit appalled by what I was seeing. And this isn't even half of what's available. I mean, it's all available and it's public online. So I'm just curious if you could share what you're all doing currently to prevent that and how the reports are being handled, if you can.
Mr. Chairs, thank you, Representative. Yeah, so first off, I have not seen that report. I didn't receive a copy of it this morning, so I have not looked through. I don't know what's contained in it. But I can assume what's contained in it based upon a few of the pages as you flip through and what you described. What I can tell you is, I mentioned earlier, in summer of 2023, we implemented a Contraband Interdiction Task Force, which has now become a 22-person team that goes statewide to conduct complex by complex searches. They do it randomly, they do it scheduled, they do it all hours of the day, they do it in conjunction with staff, they do it without staff knowing about it, they do it during visitation, all of those different things. And so that's one key step that we've taken. And every time that they do that work, they find contraband, they recover it, we learn from it, whether we figure out how it came in, who brought it in, all of those different intelligence pieces, and then we respond accordingly with actions, right? In this specific situation, I don't know if the Instagram account and things are still active. If they're still active today, what I can tell you is those are old videos. Okay, the content that's being posted, I know that one video that was posted, which led to the recovery of the phone and other things, was inmate-on-inmate assault that happened at our Winchester unit. That happened maybe a month or two ago. The content that comes about from that, at least that I'm aware of, is old content that keeps getting reposted by people in the community that have received that previously when that phone was still inside the prison. And so we confiscate those things, we download all the images, we learn from it, but those are just some of the steps that we've taken to work to reduce contraband. One of the other things I will mention that we're getting ready to implement is digital mail scanning for prisoner inmate general mail that comes in. One of the issues that we struggle with significantly, everywhere struggles with, is mail, general mail, but also legal mail coming in laced with drugs, liquefied drugs, that are then cut up and used illicitly throughout the prison system. And so one of the steps that we're taking, we're in the process of implementing that right now, is scanning all of our mail to be digitally uploaded, which is going to reduce at least some of that flow of illicit drugs coming in. So that's another step that we're taking.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
And Director, thank you for going through those. And yeah, I mean, I just, it came from the one account that's posting. It didn't look like it was different ones, but it was just one that I found. And yeah, it basically was showing videos of them actively doing drugs and drinking, and showing the process in which they make their alcohol. So I know that those are all things that happen. Unfortunately, we can't control all of it, but I was just mainly wanting to know what you guys what steps and measures you all were taking to ensure that we don't continue to see this type of behavior. Right. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Nate, bring up the next slide. That's the one. Thank you. Mr. Director, you get a look at that slide?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Multiple correctional staff have reported a surge of overrides and moving high custody inmates into lower custody yards. In fact, the data that your office supplied to this very committee shows in January 2023, the month you were appointed as director, you had 1,356 inmates in max custody / restrictive housing. 8 months later, 7 months later, in September or August, you had considerably less, 294. That's a huge drop. Or if we want to look at September, down to 257. That's like an 80% drop in 7 months' time. How do we justify that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
We interview all those guys. I mean, when I look at the policy that we have under this Thornell versus Silver, when I look at that, we have ways of bringing them up and bringing them down, and yet that 81% we brought down, there should be reports on every single one of those. There should have been a 1 month, I'm getting ahead of myself, but there should have been a 1 month and a 6 month report on every one of these inmates in these classifications according to that document. So I'm yet to see any of them. I've asked for them, but I'm not getting them. But I'd like to, again, I would like to see those reports. I'd like to know what justified bringing 2,000 prisoners down in 7 months' time. Please.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to respond, or do you want to see?
I want you to respond.
So thank you for the question. There's really three things that we knew, actually 4 things that we knew when I came in as the director that influenced this number. The first is there were still several restrictions in place, believe it or not, in January of 2023 related to COVID-19 and the movement of inmates or the lack of movement of inmates. And so one of the things that we did, which rolls into a second point, is we actually started conducting reviews on the individuals that were in this placement that had not been reviewed previously in the timeframes that they were supposed to be reviewed. And so that alone cut down a good portion of the population because they had been sitting there. And their reviews were conducted, and it was determined to be appropriate to move them out. Those reviews exist in their individual inmate management file. The other thing that we did is we knew that a large portion of that population was in there for protective reasons. And maximum custody, restrictive housing, solitary confinement is not the appropriate place to be for somebody who's in for protective custody. We have other housing areas for that, designed for protective custody purposes, designated as protective custody housing areas. And so we started working through that population as well to find more appropriate placements for those individuals outside of this sort of setting. And then the third thing that we did is the department had a policy in place. This is one of the classification pieces that was changed in policy, The department had a standing policy in place that if you came into the department as a brand new intake, regardless of the circumstances, but had a life sentence, no matter what, you automatically went to maximum custody, restrictive housing, for at least 2 years' time. Does not matter what your behavior was, does not matter what your risk level was, you went to restrictive housing, maximum custody for 2 years. We changed that policy because a life sentence coming in out of the courts does not in and of itself present you as a risk to need to go into restrictive housing or max custody for 2 years period of time. There are other factors, there's other mechanisms, there's other policy components of our admission process that can easily identify you as needing to go into that environment right when you come in the door. And so we rely on those assessments, admission processes, staff decisions and recommendations in order to make those decisions. So those are the 4 things that we did right out of the gates that impacted this. And that was before we started those things, before the injunction was put in place on April 7th of 2023. And again, all of those things fit within the guiding principles of restrictive housing and best practices around managing this setting.
I can skip it. You can go on to the next one if you want.
Let's skip.
Yeah.
Director Thornell. So you have the salary
Next
slide
slide.
up.
Next slide,
up,
Nate.
please. All right.
Thank you.
So in 2019, the DOC officers received a 35% raises. Did it help you at all to retain staff? Did any of that stuff, the raise, did it help you at all in retaining staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not here when the 20% was implemented, and so I don't know the immediate response of staff and how they viewed that. It certainly was well received by the staff that I heard from upon my arrival as they asked for the next pay increase or what else we can expect. So it absolutely was positively received.
Okay. So along the same line, when you started to move high classification inmates to a lower security environment, did that cause staff to leave, or do you think that they think it's okay and they decide to stay? As far as security, did that affect your retention of staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, the opposite. Actually, and I could show you the Lewis numbers that I referenced earlier, but we see that at other places as well, that actually our vacancy rate went down in January, February, March, April, May, during my first 6 months here, when many of these things, as you saw in the previous slide, were being implemented. And so Lewis Prison, for example, has, again, most of our close custody units who would be on the receiving end of a lot of the transitions from max custody. You can see their vacancy rate was at 34% when I came in, and it went just like that other chart to where the vacancy rate went down into low double digits, dropped down into the single digits in 2023, which tells me that staff weren't at the time and aren't today leaving in mass exodus, revolting against
Your
something
policy.
I'm doing.
All right. So I'm just gonna assume that. Well, I'm not gonna assume anything. I mean, you got 9 people, 11 people died. I hope somewhere in your mind after today that you will make the adjustment to make sure to eliminate those problems. Am I along the correct path here?
Mr. Chair, absolutely.
Who's up?
I'm not.
Number slides, is that it?
Yeah, we have some more, but
I already went through that section. Senator Angus is not here.
yeah, I don't know where she went.
Yep.
Where are you at?
Staffing questions.
Yeah. Mr. Gowan, would you like to go on that one? On the staffing.
What do you say?
I think I pretty much covered everything that I'm curious.
Yeah. say anything there you want?
Say anything you want to, sir. I think I cover all the areas I need to cover.
Yeah, when went out of order?
Blame it on me.
I am.
The FTEs go down?
Ask them.
Mr. Chairs, Director, I was just curious. We've been talking about open positions, but I wonder if your allocated full-time employees has increased or decreased in general.
No, Mr. Chairs, a negligible amount, single digits in transport officers as related to the injunction 2 years ago, but largely it stayed the same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairs and Director. When it comes to the yard, when you're out in the yards, what are the ratios now? I know in the past, there used to, at least in the old way they used to do it, you have that H effect on the inside and then several on the yard. How many officers are on the yard during the day when you have the incursion of inmates, large incursion, lunch, break, what have you?
Yeah, Mr. Chairs.
Or time on the yard.
Yeah, Senator, great question. And it varies by housing unit. I'll give you an example. We set what we call warden's critical levels that have been set for years of thresholds of what you should have as a baseline of staff. I'll give you an example. Cimarron unit, close custody unit. The warden's critical level was roughly, I think, 16 for staff, and that's been set based upon a number of factors over many years. And then we supplement that using correctional officer 3s, supervisors, and others throughout the daily activities, depending on what the activity is. But you might go to another yard, close custody, and find a higher ratio of staff because the building design is different and requires more staff, or the population requires more turnouts to go to medical, for example. And so all of those different factors play in. So I couldn't sit here and say every unit has this exact number of staff because they're all designed differently and all of the practical day-to-day operations are different at each location.
So, Mr. Chairs?
Yes.
The chairs. Director, what is the optimal amount of officers you would need to staff? How about we do it this way? A low, a middle, and IMAN. What would be the three different factors? I mean, how many would you need to say in the day? Tell me the day, and then tell me the evening shifts of what would be optimal for those three.
Yeah, Mr. Chairs, Senator, great question. So a max custody unit like an Iman Browning, which I think is what you maybe are referencing when you say Iman, requires more staff, a higher number of staff during the day, but also in the evening hours because it's much more individualized turnouts of the inmate population. Escorts are more individualized. Recreation is done in a smaller number. So you need more staff in an environment like that. And as you work your way down the classification levels.
Wait, let me to that point, Mr. Chair, chairs. So we're on Iman Brown. I do mean Iman. So you're talking about that prison. What is the optimal amount? What is the number? Is what I'm asking on that one.
Mr. Chair, Senator, I don't have the exact number for.
But
Browning
Mr. Chair,
today.
on that, what is your opinion that it ought to be? What level ought that be staffed at?
Mr. Chair, Senator, in an ideal world, in my ideal world, it would be fully staffed to the positions that are allocated to it, which has been. Which is
And
based
Mr.
upon
Chair, what
staffing
is fully
analysis.
staffed is what
100%, every position.
I understand fully
but
staffed
I don't
is
know the
100%.
exact number. I can't sit here and tell you that Browning unit has 50 staff or 75 staff. I don't want to give you the wrong number.
All right, well, and could you get those three levels for me? Because I've seen a past schematic, and I'd like to see the comparison out. Mr. Chair, I put the plural on at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Want to go to Matt?
Sure.
Want to go to continue on?
No, I want to bring this one up for a minute.
Yeah.
Nate, give me the next slide on Matt.
Okay.
Perfect. Mr. Director, your department describes the MAP program as offering medication for opioid use disorder to all newly admitted, pregnant, postpartum patients with with opioid use disorder, and those with a documented history of overdose or who, upon assessment, has determined to be imminent risk of opioid overdose. It's easy for me to say. I'm looking at these numbers, and we had like 692 inmates for several months. It's just running, it just stayed constant, stayed level. And then this happened. And it ramped up, as you can see, quite rapidly. And then it stayed very high. So I'm curious, what caused that rapid ramp up from 692 inmates to over 6,800 by June of 24.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. So I can talk you through everything that even led up to September of 2023. So medication-assisted treatment is a medication for opioid use disorder. It typically is in the form of a Suboxone pill or strip. It's the community standard for treating opioid use disorder and is becoming the community standard for treating it inside corrections. It's been something that's been evolving for the last 10 to 12 years. So in 2022, there was the draft injunction related to what's now Jensen v. Thornell, cited hepatitis C treatment and cited medication-assisted treatment as two specialty levels of care related to healthcare in prison. So when the draft injunction came down and I arrived here, we knew that we were going to be moving in a direction of medication-assisted treatment. It was clear that that was going to be part of what was determined to be constitutional level of healthcare, as, again, dictated by the court. And so we started working towards understanding how that could work here in Arizona, what we needed to do to bring it to Arizona, because it wasn't in place at the time, who the partners were that we were going to need, what the staffing levels were that we were going to need, and so forth and so on. The injunction came down in April and gave us very specific details about how we're going to implement it, what the expectation was of the court to implement it, to the point of ramping up to where it's implemented by the end of 2023 across all of our prisons in the state of Arizona. That was part of our budget request package back in that fiscal year that would have started in July of 24, responding to this component of the injunction, because we knew it was going to require us to expand our healthcare contract, the healthcare staffing related to it, and that also was going to require us to staff medical areas differently. And so that was part of our budget package at the time. We assembled what we called a MAT steering committee in very early 2023 to bring together all of the stakeholders. We brought together healthcare staff within the department. We brought in healthcare staff in the community, custody staff. We had at least 2 different wardens on the committee. We had other security staff. We had policymakers. It was probably a 20 to 25 person committee that really put their thoughts, experience, and expertise into creating what our rollout plan was going to be in order to meet the requirements of the injunction and to roll this out. That same group created training videos for staff, actual videos of, I think at least one of our wardens led that process with one of our healthcare services staff members to really help staff understand what MAT is and how it was going to roll out at that time, break down some of the questions and information gaps that staff had. And then they went on a tour around the state to really help understand how it was going to be implemented. That was the role of that committee. And that committee was in place for roughly 18 months. It went away in 2024 because things had reached this level of sustainability. And there was no longer a need for policy making and implementation processes at that time. And that's really what we did in lead up to this. Yes, this is a significant expansion. It's a significant expansion of a medical service and a medication being administered, right? We went through a learning curve with our staff, right? Our staff went from an environment where Suboxone was viewed as an illicit drug to where it is a medication, an accepted medication and part of the community standard of treating opioid use disorder. So it was incumbent upon us to help staff understand that and help staff understand what the medication process was supposed to be like and what it is supposed to be like and what the role of healthcare is in that process versus custody staff and what the role of custody staff is when they come across this substance that, yes, does get diverted, just like every other medication. So we went through that process, and that explains what took us from, really, if you back the graph up, to probably February or March of 23 and led to our ramp up to where we are today. And we're holding, we typically hover right between 6,000 and 7,000, depending on the population coming in, the assessments done by our clinicians, and the services that they require.
Okay, thank you. Hang on for a second. I'm just going to make a quick comment here. I'd like to wrap it up. I got a couple more questions to ask. And go ahead. Sounds like Senator Epstein has a question, but I do like to wrap this up.
I got a couple more slides I definitely want to put up.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chair,
Go ahead,
Director,
please.
quickly, the results of this program generally outside of prisons, I've read about how medication-assisted therapy helps prevent overdoses. So do you have any results related to this MET program that shows have overdoses decreased or overdoses from deaths decreased?
Mr. Chairs, thank you, Senator. Yes, we do keep that data, and every time we have a suspected overdose, it's reviewed by our healthcare services team to determine whether or not that individual was prescribed this medication, number one. If they weren't, should they have been? In the future, could they be? And what's the impact on the overall overdoses? Those metrics are kept every month, yes.
And do you think this program is resulting in fewer overdoses?
Mr. Chairs, yes, this program
Or is it just too early to
specifically,
say?
yes, I do believe that this program specifically is. The complicating factor in all of this is other illicit drugs coming into our prisons and how they're coming into our prisons and the impacts of those illicit drugs and how they contribute to overdoses and other situations unrelated to this.
Director Thornell, just a couple more questions from me. Can I just raise my hand and be on the MAT program? Can I just volunteer to be on it? I mean, do you filter people out? Do you vet them to make sure that they have the conditions to be on the program? Or can I just go ahead and sit in the back and say, hey, I want to be on the MAT program?
Mr. Chair, there's clear written medical guidelines that are followed by our healthcare professionals. If somebody comes in as identified as potentially needing to be reviewed for the MAT program, or there's a behavioral issue, to the Senator's point about maybe an overdose related behavior that would flag it, that's all a healthcare process. That they go through a healthcare assessment. They meet with a provider who specializes in medication-assisted treatment, addiction medicine, those sorts of things, and then they make the healthcare decision of whether or not that individual is enrolled in the MAT program.
Okay.
It's not an operational decision. It's not a
But
decision
I'm
by
getting
us.
reports right now, people writing to me and say basically there's absolutely zero oversight on the inmates' use of the MAT program. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would refute that. We have an entire clinical team that oversees that process, both our internal clinical team at the department, but also our contracted healthcare provider, NAFCare, has an entire clinical team, and they're the ones responsible for prescribing every single day, making referrals, making discontinuation decisions, and so I would refute that. There is absolute clinical healthcare oversight to that entire program.
Senator Angus.
Thank you. Humor me here. I've always understood that Suboxone was used to decrease the cravings when someone's going through withdrawal, right? And then it's continued so they wouldn't have the cravings to use again. What I don't understand is if they're in prison, the odds of the thought of them getting more drugs, illicit drugs, this whole thing just doesn't even make sense to me.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I understand that, and the literature and healthcare science behind medication-assisted treatment is that it's evolved from just being used for withdrawals or just being used with somebody who's actively using, but also looking at the history of use, and there's a whole clinical criteria that is used in that decision making. It is not my clinical criteria, it is healthcare clinical criteria, and it's implemented by our healthcare providers.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I think this has a lot to do with how much money is involved in this thing. It doesn't make sense. I've been involved in the recovery world. I know what it's used for. It's used so people can go out, live their lives, and they don't have the craving because they can get it on the street. But they're in prison. Let them go through withdrawal. I'm going to go research how this whole thing evolved because it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
If we look at these numbers, they're pretty staggering because if we're talking about 40,000 inmates and 7,000 on this treatment, then that's about 1/6 of the entire prison population that's apparently on this therapy.
Apparently they're all junkies.
I guess so, huh?
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Do you want to respond to that?
15, they're supposed, the way I understand this, they're supposed to be taking this and be watched for 15 minutes before they are allowed to leave, and that can't possibly be happening with these kind of numbers.
Mr. Chair, if I may. That is a decision made by the healthcare provider and the medical team and the security team on site.
Do you deny that? 15 minutes? They're supposed to be...
I can't tell you today what our medical observation process is for Suboxone, but I do know that we treat it and provide it just like any other medication. So they come to the medication window where there's security present, healthcare at the medication window, they're given their prescribed medication, they go through their security process, and then they go back to either their housing unit or where they came from. That is the high-level process of how this goes at all of our housing units.
Okay.
Mr. Carter, you look
You had
like
something?
you have another question. Mr. Payne,
What?
you are?
You want me to go? I want to go to Jensen and Thornell. And I want to ask you about what role did you have in coming up with that? Did you help negotiate it?
Mr. Chair, yes, I absolutely was involved in meeting with plaintiffs, the court, the court experts who contributed to the ruling, or the draft ruling in 2022, the draft findings, and working through a collaborative process with our legal counsel to determine how we could meet the demands of the injunction, what became the injunction. And so those conversations were something is feasible, potentially feasible, or absolutely not. This is not something feasible.
I just want to do these three slides.
To the point of having to come up with an injunction. The outcome of that, if we did not have an injunction that the court entered by April, would have been a finding of something like receivership or some other external control over the healthcare system by an entity outside of the state of Arizona. And so as the director, along with legal counsel, the team, that's absolutely what we did, was we were active in those conversations because that's the role that we play to run the agency.
Nate, next slide. This is inmate assaults. And as you can see from, we started in 21 and we actually went down in inmate assaults until we hit 23, and then we started shooting up. Rather steeply, we more than doubled, almost tripled the amount by 2025. Which brings me to, if all this, bringing these people out of max custody and bringing them down to lower custody, it isn't working. This isn't just the numbers that we saw go down so steeply in that 7-month period that I brought up a few minutes ago, but look at how fast this is going up. This is insane. This can't continue. What are you going to do about that?
Mr. Chair, if I may, number one, I'd like to know more about where those numbers came from. So I can understand those numbers. Number two, there's several other factors at play in here that we need to pay attention to, right? Not only have I talked about illicit drugs and things happening inside of our prison system, but we also need to understand that during those first 2.5 fiscal years, the state prison system was almost fully locked down at all custody levels statewide because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so the individuals were not coming out of their cells. The individuals were not having visitors come in, right? Everything was very restricted. Practices were completely different than the years prior to that.
Mr. Chair, if I may
priors
interrupt.
following that.
It
Yes,
sounds
please.
to me like that's the practice we should go back to then. Correct? If it's making the thing half of the assaults. I'm sorry, it's just what occurred to me as you said that, Director.
It occurred to me as well, but I wasn't going to say it out loud.
And to that point, can you tell me as of today that you don't have high classification inmates living or staying with the lower security areas? Can you say that today? Because that's really concerning.
Mr. Chair, if I understand your question, can I say that we don't have, you saying like max custody living with minimum custody
Or general population?
We absolutely have max custody inmates who have been overridden for whatever the reason is. I would have to look at the individual circumstances of those situations to a close custody environment. Just like we have minimum security inmates who maybe are overridden to a medium custody environment or medium up to close or medium down to minimum. That's part of the classification process, is an individualized decision-making process that I referenced earlier. So I absolutely cannot say that we don't have that happening from a max to a close or a close to a max.
So
or
I'm
anywhere
trying
in
to get the
between.
correlation between what you just said looking at that chart. So if you're still having maximum custody inmates at the lower level of environment, I'll just call that, and then you look at the chart, you said, would you still want to continue to do that, looking at the chart? I'm just trying to make the correlation between the two things.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to sit down and peel back all of the pieces that contribute to these numbers and the factors of the inmates that contribute to this, whether it's classification related, whether it's substance use related, whether it's some other gang related, whatever the different complexities are. I don't think it's as simple as saying it's a classification issue that resulted in the inmate assault rate in the current fiscal year or previous fiscal years. But I'd be happy to sit down and unpack that.
Mr. Carter, to that point, real quick, to Mr. Carter's point, I'm looking at 22 and 23, and you explained the COVID, and I just want to.
It's not correlating.
Yeah. So, can we go back to what we were doing in 22 and 23 and keep that level down?
Mr. Chair, I would not recommend going back to a lockdown prison environment across the entire state of Arizona to try to accomplish an inmate assault level that appears to be bottomed out at that point in time. I don't know any of the dynamics, complexities, what contributes to these numbers or this slide at all. So I would not make that recommendation, because locking down a prison environment at any custody level for any length of time has a serious host of ramifications, short-term and long-term, and contributes to increased public safety when people release, because we're releasing them from a lockdown environment right back into a local Arizona community and saying, now you can just go exist, not
Mr.
being
Chairman,
locked down.
Yes.
In 2023, we weren't in a lockdown situation in all the prisons across
We weren't.
Arizona, and I know because I went on the yard every week.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the first half of that fiscal year, we absolutely were, Because when I arrived in January 23, which was the second half of that fiscal year, much of the work that we did was related to ongoing COVID-19 restrictions that were in place.
I don't believe that's true.
Not in 23.
We'll follow up on it.
We'll have to double check all the facts on that, I guess.
Right.
You should have been out of COVID by then.
But they were not.
Next slide. This one's even worse. We see the staff assaults in this case going down in your and you should have been coming out of lockdown in 22, and yet it went down, and now and almost double again in 25. I'd be scared to death if I was staff.
I hope this doesn't have anything to do with reimagining, the reimagining process, Director Thornell.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, again, I'd be happy to sit down and unpack these numbers, look deeper into these numbers, see where they came from, who the inmates are, all of those different things.
Okay, now that you've said that, how are we going to get that done? You're going to come down here and we'll do that? You're going to invite us up to your office? How are we going to do that? I want to see it. I want to see action here.
I want to understand. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to understand because there's so much conflicting information here.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to sit down with you to do that. We can invite you over to our office, or we can come over to your office, and we can sit down and go through the numbers.
Let's do that. Do that real soon.
I see you're shaking your head. So I see an appointment coming up with Amanda, right? Thank you.
Okay.
One more slide, Nate. These are the homicides, and we're doing this by from July through July, not calendar year. So, because that's what you guys have done. That's the only reason I do it that way. And you can see we're up to 11, which is a record. Normally, we're around 2.5. I got those numbers from the Department of Corrections. 2.5 is our average, right? We're up. We went way above average. The maximum we ever had was 10. We're already above that, or not already. The year's over. So we went over the maximum. I'm still contributing all of this, whether you think so or not, to decreasing custody levels. Before they were ready to decrease, we got caseloads. We got their cases they're supposed to be following. I want to see those interviews. I want to see where they followed the case. Oh, we need to drop them down because they met all the conditions of their case, right? You following me? Mm-hmm. So I want to see where all that is. That maybe we could do that in that same time.
And you're gonna have to show us the adjustment that you're making based on that, and based on this committee, and based on all the testimonies that you've heard. There has to be, even if they're a minority, there's just concerns there that I think you as the big boss would have to recognize and say, okay, so 5 people are complaining out of 1,000 people. Well, how are you gonna fix those 5 people? I'm just saying. So just so much for us to absorb right now, and we're not matching up to it.
Bless you.
So you can see our concerns right there. And I don't want these guys to go away feeling that they've been totally ignored, and I don't want that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to sit down. We can go through all 11 of those individual cases,
Okay.
what occurred, what the dynamics were, whatever the situations were, in cell, out of cell, all of those things, classification levels, all of that.
Okay. Want me to continue?
Do whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
I'm done.
You're done?
I'm done.
Well, so I got a couple of questions here.
Use the bathroom. I can do that.
Does the ACLU have anything to do with molding your policy? Are they working with you in some way?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the question because there's a lot of questions around the ACLU. I know that we saw those in those letters as well. The ACLU is a plaintiff in the Jensen v. Thornell court case. And so to the extent that they have any contributions into what we do, it came at the time of the court finding in 2022, but then the court injunction in 2023. In that injunction, the only role or influence that the ACLU has ongoing, which really took place in the first few months of 2023 and no longer is relevant, is related to our healthcare policies and the requirements of healthcare treatments in the injunction, we were required to show those policies in draft form to the ACLU and our court monitors and the court for 30 days to allow them to provide any feedback to us about how they did or did not comply with the injunction. And so that took place in 2023, really the first half of 2023, as we were adjusting healthcare policies in response to the injunction. And that really is the engagement from a practical policy, operational standpoint at the agency. Our legal counsel, like our general counsel, our legal counsel, they interact with the ACLU from the court side of everything. Like we file reports every month. We answer questions to all the court parties that they ask, those sorts of things. But there's not an ongoing influence from the ACLU. They don't meet with us regularly to say, you need to do this, or we recommend you do that. That sort of influence is not happening.
Okay. So do you have anybody in your administration that's affiliated to the ACLU, whether it's a former employee or currently somehow affiliated with the ACLU? Those are the concerning questions that we have here.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. We actually had a special counsel who was charged with working towards injunction-related compliance. His performance was not up to standards, and he is no longer with the agency. He was actually gone about a week ago, and happy to talk about that, but it's a personnel matter. He was with the agency, I think, for, I would say, 4 months, give or take. Had nothing to do with his background with the ACLU. I think he had left the ACLU a couple years ago. Had more to do with his background knowledge on the Jensen case and the history of the case. But as I said, he was with the agency a very short amount of time, more recently, and he's no longer with the agency.
Okay, thank you. Make sure we have that as a subject when we meet again. Thank you. Anybody else have questions? Mr. Co-Chair. Yes, sir.
Director, I just have a general question. Just in your opinion, what are we here today for?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thank you. We're here today really for a variety of reasons, sparked by an absolute tragedy that happened at our Tucson prison complex, in which one inmate was able to take the lives of 3 others, which called into question policies and practices, which I think, from my view, manifested into a larger concern about questions related to the agency. And so this committee's been assembled to really dig into the agency, the work that we're doing, ask questions, hopefully accept information we provide and sit down and work through that information. Ultimately, I think to the chair's point earlier, make some recommendations coming out of this committee, which I hope I can contribute to in our conversations.
Mr. Chair, Director,
yes.
Give me just a general idea. What would you see coming out of this? Do you see us taking your comments, testimony today and that of others and offering some sort of criticism, some validation? I'm just, frankly, I'm having trouble taking you seriously today as I listen to you talk. There's been questions about credibility, and I've got questions on my own mind. I'm just wondering, I'm somewhat surprised you showed up at all, but I'm glad that you did, and I appreciate you being here. I guess I'm just, are you expecting us to write legislation to require you to do your job differently? Are you expecting perhaps the executive to engage? Are you expecting us to give you some criticism as some third party? What do you see happening next?
Mr. Chair, I would say what I see happening next, my opinion on that or my thoughts on that would be influenced by further conversations with the chairs to provide them with information, work through the specific questions that they have maybe related to cases, numbers and other things. And then from there, get what comes from this committee, whether there's points today where it could be criticism, it could be recommended policies, it could be proposed legislation, it could be anything in between.
Mr. Chair, if I may continue?
Yes.
Director, just speaking from my own narrow experience from your office, as your staff sitting right behind you can tell you, I've reached out to your office 9 times and requested to speak with you. So far, you and I have never met prior till today. The first 6 or 8 months you were in office, I was told you were conferring with the executive to see if it was appropriate for you to talk to a legislator. Whether that's what was going on or not, I have no way of knowing. After that, your legislative liaison that I generally communicate with changes about every 4 or 5 months. Is that about right? So I rarely talk to the same person twice in a row. So when I'm listening to you tell me how happy staff is and how content they are and how motivated they are, I don't know what happens to your legislative liaisons that I keep talking to. The most recent one apologizes for her predecessors, tells me she's going to get something set up, and she did set me up a couple of tours, but my firsthand experience is these happy staff, they're not staying. I'm not seeing, these are people who report directly to you, the interface between you and me. They don't seem to stay employed, and that's going back, what, 1.5 years, 2.5 years? I'm having trouble buying it. Now you're telling me you're gonna meet with the chairs. I can show in writing, and your staff sitting right here can tell you, I've been reaching out to you for over 2 years. We've never met. But I'm supposed to rely on you're going to produce more information, you're going to meet with the chairs, you're going to help solve problems. Help me out.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Representative.
Director.
I haven't heard directly from you to me, and so I apologize that I don't have that context. I can give you my word today is all I can do, that I would sit down with you at first opportunity to discuss anything and all things prison-related, job-related, questions that you have, tours that you've conducted or you want to conduct. So that's from me to you. All I can do today is give you my word. When I scheduled time to meet with the chairs, we met. We asked questions, answered questions, provided information in that moment. I understand the public record side of things, which is going to be addressed, but that's all I can tell you today. And so that's what I would offer to you today.
Yeah. I would appreciate you having a meeting with your staff and say, hey, when a state legislator contact you, please immediately get on the ball. We don't have a whole lot of time because I'm in 4 different committees. I'm not on just this one. And so I need your staff to be responsive to our needs. And I can hear the frustration in Mr. Hendrick's voice there. In closing out, if that's okay with everybody.
I'd like to do 2 more things and then I'm ready.
Well, apparently I'm not closing out, but once again, when I'm looking at these 3 charts here, I just can't get serious by the answers I'm getting when I look at the 3 charts up there. And I hope that we don't continue to have the upward. I mean, this is not the stock market. If it's the stock market, it's beautiful, but it's not. And so I want you to be really seriously considering those 3 charts before you come to meet with us, because I just can't take any answers seriously. And it's bothered me tremendously. And so this is going to affect the reports that we're going to write regarding the committee today. And I got to take into consideration everything you said, the charts, all the witnesses. And I can't take any of it lightly. So we're going to do a very honest report. We're going to make sure that it's objective, and we're not out here to go get you or your employees sitting back there. We're just not doing that. But we need to understand why the chart is moving up like that in all categories. And like you said, I'm a data guy, and Mr. Neil Carter knows I'm a data guy. I love data. I like to get back to where we were. However we do it, we need to get back to where we were. And I'd like for you to really consider what we're thinking, what we're talking about today, and make adjustment, because there's no shame in making adjustment. I make adjustment every day. Ask my wife. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, are
Yes.
we giving closing statements? Is that
No,
it?
No, that's not a
no.
closing
Okay.
statement.
Okay. That's okay.
Okay. Mr. Director, in that section, in that Thornell versus Silver, or whatever it's called nowadays, whatever you want to call it, the injunction. In section 21.3, we talk about, or it talks about EOMS system, which psychs the hell out of me. I think this is huge, and RFID. Are you familiar with the things I'm talking about?
Yes.
I envision, I used to be a network administrator, a database guy. We did barcode readings, introduced that into a company I worked for. And we had little devices about like a phone. And we could go around and shoot different things with a barcode on it and tell exactly what that device was. I envision, I don't know if this is what you're doing or not, but I envision I need to come down and get a tour of how you guys are using this. But I envision you having like a barcode on like each prisoner has a tablet with, and they have like a barcode thing where you can scan their tablet, or above their cell, maybe they have a barcode thing that you can say, okay, I've been to the cell, I checked it. I'm talking about the CO2s that are going around. So they can shoot those things and get all kinds of data, and they're no longer having to walk around with a clipboard. This sounds exciting to me, very exciting. I applaud you for it. So how's that going? Do you know if it's implemented all the way?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's fully implemented in all of those subclass areas. So it would be our max custody areas, our detention areas, our watch areas, all of those things that are part of the subclass. And we appreciate it required a level of funding in FY23 and FY24 to implement it because it's a significant technology upgrade. But it's fully implemented. And so that's what you would see if you go to any one of those environments is there's a little, it's a red square on each cell door that matches that inmate or inmates that live in that cell. And the staff, they walk door to door. We also have them on our showers. We have them in our recreation area so that they can mark if they're turning inmate Jones out to a shower, they can bring them out of their cell and mark the time they did that. Escort them to the shower, mark the time they went into the shower, the time they bring them out, so they're not having to write them on physical paper.
Very exciting, I think. It's going to cut down a lot on their work, and it's going to make everything much more accurate. I would think, I don't know if you could do write-ups on it or not, to where they could just type it in on their system, and to where they don't have to, and then that would generate a report or whatever it does. That would be exciting as well if it doesn't do that now, maybe it can in the future. That's all I had about those. Now you can do your closing if you want.
Oh, no, nothing really. I think I said what I need to say, but I like to continue to get those monthly report. And I know I only got it in the last couple of months. And as chair of judiciary, I really need to get those reports. So I'm only going to have 3 years here. So I want to make sure that, I get all those. And to share them with Mr. Payne as well.
Yeah,
he's going to be here
absolutely.
for longer than 3 years. So
No, he isn't.
thank you.
Thank
you for being
Thank
here.
you, sirs.
All right.
Do you have anything you want to close with?
Yeah. Did you want to close with anything?
Well, number one, I appreciate the opportunity to close. I would just like to say that I am genuine and sincere when I say that I look forward to ongoing dialogue. There's a lot of good questions that were asked today. Obviously, they were difficult questions. They're difficult questions to hear and talk through, but they're good questions. And I look forward to the opportunity to sit down and look through the information, get questions in the moment, look things up, and provide responses to you all in the moment. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Carter.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. I would like to close by saying that I don't want this to devolve into an us versus them thing. This isn't the committee
definitely not.
against the director, certainly not the staff. We know there's great staff, dedicated staff. I've been volunteering in the prisons in years past, and I know a lot of people. I know people who've come out of prison, some of whom I count among my friends, and we know that there's always violence there. And I mentioned poor Chaplain Miser and some of the people that have been injured before his tenure. So it's a difficult place to be, but we can't have another murder in the prison. I mean, we can't tolerate that. That's just a big failure. So we have to be partners in solving this murder problem because it's just bad all around, and somehow that needs to be addressed. I do think that probably there's legislation that will be appropriate next term coming out of this. For example, I think it might be appropriate for us to codify in statute how investigations of inmate deaths proceed, for example, and maybe some other things. But for the moment, we need to come up with a solution to this. Thank you.
Anybody else? Please.
Thank you, chairs, for calling this meeting. Thank you, director, and everybody who's come to testify. I appreciate that we're all taking a look at it because, what is this, 18 deaths in the last 5 years is too many, and we should look at it. I'm very glad to hear that the next steps are going to be a communication between the director and the chairs to take that deeper dive and investigate and look to the root causes of these specific incidents. Simplistic charts are good to get people's attention, but they don't provide conclusions or answers. So I'm very glad to hear that that will be the follow-up, looking deeper, find out what are the root causes, and is this cause for alarm or is this cause for changes in policies? My only request is that if you write a bill, please do stakeholder it starting now, and don't wait until it gets to committee to stakeholder it. But I do look forward to this approach with lots of reason and logic to come up with some good next steps. Thank you.
Anybody else?
One last thing, Mr. Director. What's going on with Kramer? I keep hearing about an inmate named Kramer that got out, falsified paperwork, and got a release. What's going on?
Yeah, Mr.
I heard he's back
Chair, not much to say right now in terms of what happened other than what you've heard. Inmate Kramer, through the court system to us, it's a very complex situation, but submitted fraudulent court paperwork through the court system, but also through the department as well. And it was calendared in the court system. A lot of fraud, manipulation, other things that took place that led to a release in June of this year. It was caught in August of this year, and he was apprehended that next afternoon. We're currently in the middle of an investigation with the Attorney General's office, County Attorney's office, the Clerk of Courts here locally, as well as our department, because it's a pretty significant case of fraud, and so we're working through that right now. Mr. Kramer's in our custody. He's actually at Browning unit in maximum security because we're treating it as if it was the same logic as an escape. But that's what I can say at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're done? All done? Committee is adjourned.